Okay, hello everybody. What's up? What's up? What's up? Maybe this one's better for now. Maybe. Maybe it is. Who knows? The choices that we face currently about cameras, about political parties, they're not good choices. They are not good choices. How are we all? So I wanted to I don't know how many of you have seen this, but I literally just saw this, and oh, where the fuck is it? So Rishi Sunak had a campaign video, and it is literally just like the funniest thing I've seen in a while. I can't believe how bad it is. I'd continue playing a bit of music in the background, but last time I played it, it got copyright struck. Even though it's my friend's tune that he gave me. It got copyright struck because there's a remix of it on YouTube. And for some reason, the rights seem to legally reside with the person who remixed my friend's piece of music. Oh, I think I know where it is. 1 second. Alright. Blah, 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 blah. For heaven's sake. I really want to share this with you. No, come on. That rain speech was so encapsulating of the UK. Yeah, the rain speech. It was great, wasn't it? Alright, here we go. Here we go. Welcome to YouTube. Thank you. Are we going to look at Nigel Farage's drivel as well? Yeah. I think we'll take a look at that. Yeah, their manifesto was strangely short. I'm guessing that they put less effort into it. I mean, I guess the main party's manifestos are like much longer because they actually have a danger of getting into power. But yeah. All right. What are we doing? All right, let me watch. Let's watch this. So sorry, for context, in case you missed it, this is shared by Rishi Sunak himself, the UK Prime Minister, as a warning. So what does he say? 48 hours to stop a Starmer supermajority.
Throughout the day, as the country is hit by Russia's energy cutoff. Our special economic correspondent has more information.
I think we're going to have to cancel the holiday. I know. We just can't afford it anymore.
Why do they hate Angela Rayner so much? It's like Angela Rayner bids for top job, like as if that's obviously just bad. And also, why is every example literally something that's happened under Sunak and the Conservatives, like high inflation, Russian energy crisis, stock market crashes, bills, like people not being able to pay their bills, people cancelling holidays, like a cost of living crisis like the one that we just lived through. This is literally life under the Conservatives. Like, I just can't understand how they thought this would possibly be a good advert against Labour. This is like, I have cancelled holidays under the Conservatives recently because the cost of living is so fucking high. What about this says anything about Labour? Shit. You got 2 days, buddy. 2 days to stop that from happening. So, also, it's quite strange how they have a lot about like power cuts. They have a lot about power cuts, right? And it's like he keeps using electricity. There's like he uses like his kettle. Like the power cuts are announced on the radio. God, it's just some very, very, very bad filmmaking. That the Tories are just, they're so stupid and shit at everything. I know that's not sophisticated political analysis, but it's true. That Conservative cross looks more terrifying than the video. You know, it's funny you say that, Senate, because I was looking at the Conservative Manifesto website, which will get, is it a Winter of Discontent reference? Right, yeah. But I feel like, I mean, that's a very charitable reading, but then it's like, isn't it just more directly relevant to what's just happened under the Conservatives? Like Russian, in particular, Russian gas and oil. Schools being online. It's like, what? Schools are online. Oh no, that happened under the Conservatives. Obviously, like, why would you pick things that are clearly just about the last few years? But yeah, it's funny that somebody said that, that it's a bit scary, because there's something quite scary about this website, I think. Whoops. There's something quite scary about this. It's quite like bold, isn't it? You know, like, I don't know. There's something sort of year 10 website I made with my friends. Clear plan, bold action, secure future. It's kind of crap, but also quite scary. Does this mean we're starting with the Conservatives? Okay, so their manifesto is 80 pages. Oh, can I start with the Conservatives? Look, the Conservatives aren't getting in. Let's just read this page and then maybe we'll move on to Labour. Conservative, to secure a strong economy, we will deliver another 2p off national insurance. And our long-term plan is to abolish it altogether when it is economically responsible to do so. Okay, so tax cuts that, I mean, aren't really going to help with anything. Protection for pensioners with triple lock plus, so the state pension is never taxed. Okay, protecting the old people, 30 hours of free childcare a week, saving eligible families, 6,900 a year. I mean, that's interesting, but I'm sure the devil is in the details. To secure young people's future, a bold new model of national service to give young people the skills and opportunities they need to succeed. To secure young people's future, we will conscript them. We will conscript them against their will. There's your future. It's laid out for you. 100,000 high-quality apprenticeships by curbing rip-off university degrees. Right, okay, so they're going to defund universities, right? The advanced British standard to enhance technical learning as well as academic skills. I haven't heard of the advanced British standard before, but I don't really know what that means. I mean, it could be good. Not everyone has to be an academic, but to safeguard our borders and national security, we will deliver a boost to defence spending to 2.5% of GDP by 2030 to secure British interests. A legal cap on migration, which will fall every year. I mean, they've been trying to do that for their entire tenure, right? And they did Brexit, and they haven't been able to make immigration fall, even though they've been promising to do it. And I'm not an anti-immigration guy. I'm just saying this is like They've been promising this for 15 years. Like, what? How are they? You can't make immigration fall mechanically that easily because we need immigrants. Shock. And they're also completely incompetent. Stopping the boats by removing illegal migrants to Rwanda. Oh, that's great. Just dump them in Africa. Fucking Rwandan policy on it. It's literally such a fascist policy that I can't, like, I literally cannot get over how overtly fascist that is. Dump illegal migrants in Africa. Well, I'm not removing chat from the screen, but we will do this. Make it a little bit smaller. Let's see what the best thing to do, chat. The way I usually did it in the past was actually a sort of, if I do a kind of... Oh yeah, that's a bit better, isn't it? $92,000 extra nurses and 28,000 extra doctors while driving up NHS productivity. So, like, the number of nurses and doctors in absolute terms tends to grow over time. Again, this is just something I mean, they haven't got a leg to stand on, right? Because they've been saying this kind of stuff for so long, and then they just don't do it. And also, it's like, okay, there might be more doctors and nurses hired. I think this is what happened with the previous target, right? There were like more doctors and nurses hired, and then that didn't actually increase the amount of overall nurses and doctors. It's just hiring. Like, they're playing with statistics, basically. And it might not even be what we need. And drive up NHS productivity. Oh, great. Nobody can disagree with that. How? Healthcare is notoriously difficult to increase the productivity of. Doctors and nurses can only treat so many people. 8,000 more full-time police officers, so every police ward has a new officer. Again, the same thing, right? More, when they say more of X, you're just like... Firstly, they won't do it, but secondly, if they do it, it will be through statistical tomfoolery. 1.6 million more good homes while protecting our countryside. Well, I'm glad they're not bad homes. Jesus, right, okay. Right, okay, we're in the Conservatives now. Let's just start with the Conservatives. Eat the frog. Hey. Okay, so that actually does go full screen if you ask it to go full screen. But, oh my good lord. Clear plan, bold action, secure future. Again, this is giving sort of, you know, the sort of A-level vibes, you know, the weird conservative kids that you do high school with. Clear plan, bold action, secure future. Is there any comprehensive studies of the actual economic benefit of immigration? It's always presented as a net economic negative somehow. I mean, the academic literature is pretty clear on immigration to be, yeah, like, it's immigration is, this is the chat's kind of, oh, this is a really annoying format for them to put it in for, I'm going to have to keep moving fucking chat. I mean, that might be actually the easiest way to do it. But, like, why not just have a PDF? They can't do anything right. Oh, can I? Ah, okay, I can download this. We'll do it downloaded. Oh, that's pretty loud. That subscription, but I like it that loud. Yeah, so on immigration, economists are pretty much agreed. Oh my good lord. One second, let's just let's do a little bit of sound, right? Sound management here. because those are a bit too loud, those subscriptions, even though I do appreciate you all. I do appreciate you all subscribing and everything. Come on. Follow sound volume. All right. Nice. So, yeah, like, economists empirically have looked at immigration and the effect on, like, wages and stuff. And it's just, there are, if any effects, negative effects on the home country, they're very, very small. That's what people have basically agreed on. On a basic level, more people equals more economic activity. Exactly this, right? And it's such a fallacy that people are just a drain on the economy. It's like, the economy is people. What are you talking about, right? So, yeah, like, whether it's population in the general sense of, like, birth rates and or migration, right? It's like each person is potentially a productive economic unit. And the more people you get together, the more you tend to have, like, increasing returns, right? Through division of labor and specialization, you know, horses for courses, the right person for the right job. All of this is, it's not, it shouldn't be that controversial, but everyone's a fucking Thanos lover. And they're like, more people is bad. How long has and Unionist Party been part of their name? Presumably union as in UK, not as in trades union. I think it's always been part of their name, or for a very long time at least. It is funny they are the Conservative and Unionist Party, but they have been for a while. Everyone I talk to about immigration acts like 80% of immigrants do absolutely nothing all day but mooch off welfare. Yeah, and they're also Schrödinger's immigrant as well, aren't they? Because they're stealing your jobs and mooching off welfare simultaneously. Immigration is essentially the only source of economic growth in Canada right now. I mean, the good thing for the UK with immigration is that we won't have to worry about it for much longer, because people are going to stop migrating because our country's in decline, and a lot of our historical sources of immigrants, like Poland, for instance, are going to overtake us economically, and not to mention socially. All right. Try and do another zoom. Doesn't. We are restoring our economic stability after COVID in Ukraine. Inflation is down, real wages are up, growth has returned, and we are cutting taxes to give working people financial security. Okay, so inflation has fallen as a result of it falling across the world, right? Everywhere. And actually, if you look at the Bank of England forecast for the next 12 months, it's going to go back up, right? So the Tories are kind of, they're benefiting from this global decline in inflation, which is part of the reason Rishi Sunak called the election, because there's like headline inflation is like 2.2% or something really low, 2.2 or 3.2, and that's like just an artifact of the global decline, and it's going to go back up again, right? And that's partly a statistical thing. It's like as you sort of move the window of inflation, right? You take out the big declines that were further away, and then there are smaller declines or increases more recently. And so naturally, inflation is probably going to go back up. Like they just, it's got nothing to do with them. Real wages are up. Is that true? Average weekly earnings in Great Britain, June 2024. ONS. This seems like the type of thing we should be looking at, right? Annual growth in regular earnings, excluding bonuses, was 6%. The same as for the previous 3-month period, and annual growth in employees' average total earnings, including bonuses, was 5.9%. The same as for the previous 3-month period. Annual growth in real terms, adjusting for inflation using the Consumer Prices Index, including owner-occupiers' housing costs, for regular pay was 2.3%, and for total pay was 2.2%. Annual average regular earnings growth for the public sector remains strong at 6.4%. For the private sector, this was 5.8%, with growth last lower than this April to June. So, like, yeah, there is a bit of an increase, but yeah, I mean, you've got to bear in mind we've just been through a cost of living crisis, so there's like a slight increase. And it's also quite weird for the Tories to claim credit for public sector growth, which is like a result of doctors and nurses and teachers and everybody striking. So this is average weekly earnings in Great Britain seasonally adjusted. For both total and peculiar race, so it showed a steady increase over the long term. Yeah, I mean, that goes up to April 2024. Annual growth in both total pay and regular pay was 6%. Yeah, okay. In real terms, real regular pay was 2.3%, and it was 3.4%. Total real pay was 2.2%. It was higher in July when it was 3.1%. So here we go. Sorry. So here's what I'm talking about, right? This is real wages, right? So check the this is a little bit small for y'all, isn't it? Sorry. Check the stop trying to do stuff, Windows. It's bad when you try and do stuff, Windows. Just let the user take control. So total pay, regular pay, CPIH. So what you've got here at the shortly just after the first lockdown, right? This sort of advent of the around 2021, sort of advent of the cost of living crisis. The light blue line, CPI inflation, goes up. That's the cost of living crisis. And then pay, real, goes down, and now it's coming back up, right? So this is like the rebound. You know what I mean? It's like that's just what happens. Yeah, okay. Real pay went down, and now it's rebounding. Okay, like don't boast about that. What's a real wages are up? I've heard of it, but I thought it was just a fairy tale. Well, it's technically statistically true. But like real wages in the UK are roughly the same as they were in like 2010 when the Conservatives first came into power. Let's see. I want to get, let's say, past year. Has grown £16 a week since 2010. A prolonged pay squeeze, only £16 a week higher. Real wage growth has improved. This is Resolution Foundation, right? Right. Why don't newspaper articles about reports link to the report? The research, which comes less than 2 weeks before voters go to the polls, found that real wage growth is 1.6 higher across the total UK workforce since 2010. This is significantly larger for the real hourly pay of people in low-paying occupations such as cleaners, shop assistants and bar staff. This was driven by rises in the minimum wage as well as recent increases. UK employment has yet to return to pre-pandemic levels. Britain's prolonged pay depression has left average earnings just £16 a week higher than they were back in 2010, despite the welcome return of rising real wages in recent months, right? Worryingly, Britain's decades-long jobs boom during the 2010s has also gone bust, with the UK one of only a handful of countries where employment has yet to return to pre-pandemic levels. Yeah, so, relative stagnation overall, maybe small increases in real wages, but, For the median person, not really. What perks do I get on Patreon? Well, let me tell you. Well, you get exclusive videos and ting. I'm also going to upload my scripts in a readable form soon. I'm going to expand the Patreon soon, everyone. There's going to be a reading club, but that's only for one of the higher tiers. Not super high, but like a $5. Anyway. Growth has returned. See, again, this is just like we've just been through a recession and now there is some growth, right? So it's just ridiculous, the rhetoric here. It has been a decade of stagnation and decline in like public services and things. And we are cutting taxes to give working people financial security. Also, a lot of the thing about tax cuts is like, although they do sound good, when you're not earning that much, a tax cut isn't really that helpful because you've got like the tax-free allowance, right? And then your rate is quite low, right? The 2020, once you get over, what is it, 12,000, 13,000, your rate is quite low, right? And it only applies to things above the tax-free rate. So it's like, tax cuts, like they sound really good, but they're actually not really an amazing way to help working people. In contrast, tax increases that are progressive can actually provide a lot of revenue for the government because they're one of these things that just, it raises a lot of money overall because of the logic of progressive taxation. And that can be put into, the things that people actually need. So, yeah. This did not happen by accident. Yeah, well, it did, really, didn't it? The economy is turning a corner because we built strong economic foundations before the pandemic, and we have stuck to our plan. This is comic genius, this is. What strong economic foundations? We were so badly affected by the pandemic. We weren't prepared in like a health sense, right? There are hospitals fucking collapsing. There are hospitals collapsing anyway, even outside of the pandemic. I mean, physically, as well as schools. What strong economic foundations? Growth has been sclerotic. Oh my God. I like that they just say stuff. I wish I could just say stuff and be a multi-millionaire. The WPB manifesto getting reviewed here. I don't actually know what that is. I'm sorry. 2p off NI, but you can't see a dentist. Fair trade. Yeah, I mean, like, public services are so bad now that I don't actually use them, which is sad. We must stick to this plan and take bold action to secure the future of our nation and society. In the next decade, we'll face challenges to our energy and national security from foreign conflicts, to our border from uncontrolled and illegal migration, to our economy from global shocks, and to our society from those seeking to divide and disempower communities. Okay, so, hey, cognitive dissonance. Uncontrolled and illegal migration, seeking to divide and disempower communities. Hey. Dealing with these challenges requires a clear plan and bold action. We have that plan, and the courage to take the bold steps necessary to build a secure future for you and your family. A future where hard work and doing the right thing is always rewarded. You mean like breaking lockdown rules? You mean like rewarding PPE contracts to your mates and who then fail to do a job, and not just PPE but like fucking everything, the Olympics for instance, NHS contracts, High Speed 2, not punished with higher taxes and hidden green levies, or discouraged with unconstrained welfare. Well, I mean, obviously the welfare state in this country is now far too generous to the recipients. Just to remind you, people have been found dead after being declared fit for work multiple times. Austerity is estimated to have actually killed quite a lot of people. I love the green as well there. It has to be green. Not just a hidden levy, but green, because green is bad. Because the environment is bad, but I'm sure they'll have a bit about how important the environment is. A future where aspiration and opportunity are celebrated and young people always get the skills they need to succeed. A future where public services like the NHS serve citizens, not vested interests, and every citizen upholds British values of decency, democracy, and service. National service. A future where national, border, energy, and food security are put first, not taken for granted, and immigration is never allowed to run out of control. Okay, so I was kind of okay with the first part of that. They had us in the first half. I was like, okay, fine. Security, and look, national security isn't just a joke, right? Let's not be like completely unpragmatic, unthinking leftists about that. Clearly, there is a role for it and it's important. So that's fine. But then, and immigration is never allowed to run out of control. Oh, God. A future where family is always supported and communities decide their own priorities rather than having them imposed from above. Oh, my God, you cut fucking local government funding by like 50%. Local governments have been decimated. How the fuck are communities supposed to decide their own priorities when you've shifted towards a centralised government model? A future where we can have pride in ourselves, in our communities, and in our country. I read that loosely as racism, but I don't know, correct me if I'm wrong. There is only one way to secure that future, and that is to vote Conservative on the 4th of July. We must stick with the plan, a plan that has given 4 million more people the security and purpose of a job. So, I think what that statistic means is that 4 million people have been hired since the Conservatives came to power. I'm not sure what baseline they're using. I'm guessing it might be Rishi Sunak's premiership because 4 million... I don't know. It could be longer. But yeah, obviously like people have been hired since you got into power. It doesn't necessarily have anything to do with you. Cut taxes for 29 million working people. Protected pensioners with the triple lock. I mean, that's the one thing in here that's probably true. They protected the oldies. Delivered more than 2.5 million homes. Man, Jesus Christ. Recruited record numbers of police officers to cut crime by more than 50%. Recruited record numbers of teachers to help our children become the best readers in the West. What? Wait. So, okay, some of this needs a fact check, doesn't it? We've got to fucking... I'm not against secure borders. I'm against shipping off immigrants to Rwanda, especially where many of them are refugees and asylum seekers. And secure borders shouldn't mean no immigration or even low immigration. The border's secure if somebody comes across it, right? And you're like, oh yeah, you can come across. Let me just check your passport. Hey, what are you doing in the UK? You here for work or leisure? That strikes me as secure. Secure doesn't mean a wall. Delivered the largest sustained increase in defence spending since the end of the Cold War and got Brexit done. You certainly did, and it contributed about 30%, so like maybe 3 or 4 percentage points of the inflation. It was one of the main reasons that our cost of living crisis was worse than elsewhere. Also been really bad for business, by the way. The alternative way is we go back to square one, to a fragile economy under Labour driven by unfunded spending. Deficits have been very high under the Conservatives, by the way. Higher taxes on working families and debt piling up for future generations to pay off. And where immigration, crime and defence are not taken seriously. Choose lower immigration, lower taxes and protected pensions. Choose a secure future with the Conservatives. Okay, so I just want to fact check this paragraph because Right, okay. Here we go. So, whoopsie doodle. What am I doing? So, I'm just wondering... Four more million people in work under the Conservatives. Since 2010, that's the whole... That's the whole... Yeah. So I'm delighted to read the new jobs figures today. There are 4 more billion people in work since 2010, showing the progress of Conservative governments in giving more people the security of their own income as we work to halve inflation, grow the economy, and reduce debt. I am particularly proud to read that 2.1 more million women are in work since 2010. I know these are difficult times. Right, okay, let's just go to the actual. So this is the ONS relevant ONS release. All right. The labour market may be cooling, with the number of vacancies still falling and unemployment rising, though earnings growth remains relatively strong. I like the way the first substantive paragraph in this ONS report is like a bad thing. This is the problem, right? When you say 4 more billion people in work, it's like, read the actual report as soon, from the statistical agency, because it will give you like the context and the balance. There are decreases in estimates of employment from the Labour Force Survey and in estimates of payrolled employees from HMRC's real-time information data in recent months. Today, we also published our quarterly workforce jobs provisional estimate for March 2024, which suggests employment has increased since December 2023. These different series measure slightly different concepts and cover different types, right, blah, blah, blah. Who cares about how the statistics are actually calculated? That's boring. Payrolled employees in the UK decreased by 36,000, but rose, between March and April 2024, but rose by 200,000. The early estimates of payrolled employees for May 2024 decreased by 3,000 on the month, but increased by 167,000 on the year to 30 million. The May 2024 estimate should be treated as a provisional estimate and is likely to be revised when more data are received next month. Okay, this is kind of statistical stuff. Below estimates a year ago. The UK employment rate was estimated at 74.3%, below estimates of a year ago. So bear in mind that the workforce has declined under the Conservatives, right? So the amount of people looking for work. So that's another thing that you want to add to their 4 million more people in work. The UK unemployment rate was estimated at 4.4%, above estimates of a year ago and increased in the latest quarter. You know what I mean? Again, unemployment has risen in the past year. The UK economic inactivity rate for people aged 16 to 64 years was estimated at 22.3% in February to April 2024, above estimates of a year ago and increased in the latest quarter, right? So that's what I was getting at. Economic inactivity, the workforce, they're all ways of getting at the same thing. How many people are like looking for work, because that's how the unemployment figures are only estimated from those figures, right? You have to be looking for work technically to qualify. Latest indicators at a glance. So job vacancies. So I mean, look, again, it's just. Can I look at this? Right. So, number of vacancies in the UK. So that's 25. So this is the 2008 financial crisis, right? Woo! And then stagnation, right? Starts to increase around here. We get like something of a recovery. But, it's not exactly high. Then it goes bounce and then it bounces back and now it's declining, right? I mean, that's this. You've got to be careful with this period. This is the pandemic, right? Lockdown. Jobs lost, the entire economy shut down, then it kind of comes back. So I would say basically ignore like this kind of period, and that's sort of coming back down. Oh, here's real earnings again, by the way. Oh, this is just the same thing we looked at before. Let's not do that. Payrolled employees. So, obviously population is growing, right? And so the number of employees is gonna grow. So like this is just things go up over time, especially when population is growing. So like this is the type of thing the Conservatives are trying to draw attention to. So wait a second. So that's 2015. So that doesn't. I'm trying to figure out where they actually got this 4 million figure from. It can't be from here. It can't be from payrolled employees because that finishes at 2014 and their starting point was, maybe it's this. Employment in the UK, right? UK employment rate. So this is what I'm talking about, right? Look at the rate. The percentage has gone down of people in employment. You know what I mean? The employment rate has gone down. Yes, there have been more jobs because there's more people and things are changing all the time. But where's economic inactivity? Roughly stagnant. Maybe gone slightly up, but redundancies. I'm trying to figure out. Employment rate. Why does that look different to that? So this starts. Oh, I'm sorry. This is since the pandemic, so that's not. That's actually not the same as that one. Can I not? The ONS's website. It's not quite Fred, is it? The Federal Reserve Bank of St. Louis. No, that's not going to help us. Okay, so I'm slightly... Because these only go back to 2020, so... Or 2019 even. So what... Four more million people in work. Employment measures the number of people in paid work who are at a job who are temporarily away from, for example, because they're on holiday or off sick. This differs from the number of jobs because some people have more than one job. The employment rate is the proportion of people aged between 16 and 64 years who are in employment. Now there's another thing to watch out for, right? Jobs. This is jobs versus employment rate. But if people have multiple jobs, that might not be considered a good sign. Maybe people don't want to work 2 or 3 jobs to make ends meet. Yeah. Right, okay, so labour market data. Let's go back over this because inactivity rate. Payrolled employees. It's got to be this, right? From mid-2016s. Can I, if I download this, can I go further back? This only goes back to 2014. This is the annoying thing. I mean, I'm not gonna say this data doesn't exist because I do think that there is a measure in here somewhere where the Tories 4 million jobs is true. I'm not saying that's the most important statistic. I'm just saying I do think that exists, but it's just that when you get these statistical claims and then they link to an entire ONS bulletin, like look how much information is in here, right? Look how many different things you've got to grapple with. You've got to grapple with like who's looking for work, who's not looking for work, how many different jobs do people have, right? How well paid are those jobs? How are real wages looking? So it's just... I'm not going to keep looking for this 4 million number. I'm not going to say it doesn't exist at all. But it's just, as somebody in chat said, like, it's so complicated, right? That it's just, those kind of headline figures are just nonsense. I mean, George Osborne does this as well. He's like, however many more people in employment under the Tories. And here's the thing, right? There's this report by James Medway, Joe Michelle, Rob Calvert, maybe, and someone else about austerity. And basically, it's put the UK into like a kind of low productivity service employment. So you've got like the canonical example would be like Deliveroo, right? You've got a lot of Deliveroo drivers, right? And they are employed, but they're not good jobs. So employment did kind of rise, but you've got this like low wage service economy as opposed to like, you know, a service economy where the tech sector's doing really well and you've got rising productivity or something like that, right? So we've kind of shifted towards that, and there is actually relatively high employment. So that's not in dispute, but that doesn't mean it's good, right? What else have they claimed? Cut taxes. I mean, it's just, as we all know, it takes an order of magnitude more, right, to refute this bullshit than to generate it. Well, so full fact, what's happening to the tax burden? Right, full fact seemed like the place to go for this. Over the course of the election campaign, we've heard Labour repeatedly claim that under the Conservatives, the so-called tax burden has reached the highest level in 70 years. The Conservatives, meanwhile, have acknowledged that the tax burden, which refers to tax revenue as a percentage of gross domestic product, is high, but have argued that it's not the case for low and middle income earners. And talking about the tax burden during an ITV debate on the 13th of June, the Conservatives' Penny Mordaunt claimed at the end of the next Parliament on our plans it will come down. Labour will take it to a record high. Here we look at what's happened to the tax burden in recent years, how it could be affected by Labour and Conservative proposals, and why a high tax burden doesn't necessarily mean everyone is paying more tax. This explainer is one of several blah, blah, blah. Okay. Why the tax burden is high by historical standards. Several Labour figures claim that the tax burden is the highest in 70 years. According to the OBR, this was the case in 22-23 when the tax burden reached 36.3%, the highest level since 1949, when it was at 36.9%, and the second highest since records began in 1948, when the tax burden was 37.2%. It's since fallen slightly to 36.1%, but current OBR forecasts, which are based on existing government plans, show the tax burden is expected to increase in the next 5 years, reaching 37.1% in 28-29. That would be the second highest level on record. Okay. So tax is a percentage on GDP, which is fine, but it doesn't tell us about the composition, right? Who's paying the tax? It's hard to become more productive as a delivery driver. It's just a job waiting for automation, and so it's kind of a dead end economically speaking. Exactly. If you increase employment rate with bullshit jobs or inefficient jobs, it's actually worse than the lower employment rate. Yeah. I mean, I'm not sure I'd 100% agree with that in the sort of, you know, the only thing worse than being exploited is not being exploited, right? I think a lot of workers who work crap jobs are like, yeah, I know it's crap and I want better, but I've got to work, so I guess it is better than being unemployed. But as a macroeconomic phenomenon, you know, as a political choice, I obviously agree with you. The main parties have now outlined their plans for the next Parliament. Labour is committed not to increase national insurance, VAT, income tax rates, or the main rate of corporation tax. Well, that was fucking stupid, wasn't it? Jesus. 1.2 billion over the next Parliament by increasing the windfall tax on oil and gas companies. 1.8 million a year by removing VAT and business rate exemptions from private schools. Okay, yes. 5.2 billion a year closing non-dom tax loopholes on, Rishi Sunak and his wife, and reducing tax avoidance. The carried interest rate tax loophole. I'm not clued up on that. Is that to do with mortgages? Is that like the mortgage tax deduction in the US? 40 million increasing stamp duty on purchase of residential property by non-UK residents by 1%. Sorry. The Conservatives are proposing a number of tax decreases which they say will cost 17.2 billion a year by the end of the next Parliament. The largest of these is their pledge to reduce employee national insurance contributions by a further 2 percentage points by April 2027, which they say will cost 10.3 billion per year by 29-30. They have also committed to abolishing self-employed NICs, which they say is worth 2.6 billion a year by 29-30, increasing the personal allowance for pensioners 2.4 billion a year, abolishing stamp duty for first-time buyers, and reforming the high income child benefit charge. I mean, that sounds that sounds like it could be sensible. I feel like the one thing that like a lot of people are coming to see, which is good, is like the role of child benefits and like childcare in general. I feel like even the Conservatives and like some right wingers are getting this idea that, yeah, like if you want like people to be able to have children, you actually have to support them economically, and that has obviously positive knock-on effects on the economy. Now, obviously, when the right do it, there are some kind of like pseudo-fascist overtones about the birth rate and being replaced or whatever. But yeah, I think it's a good policy overall. The Conservatives have also pledged to reduce tax avoidance and evasion, which they claim will raise $6 billion a year by 29-30. The manifesto commits to not increasing VAT, income tax rates, corporation tax, capital gains tax, or stamp duty, or introducing any new taxes. So Labour will increase the tax burden. Okay, of course. That makes sense to me. But both of them are going to increase the tax burden. Labour will just do it more. A slightly higher rate for Labour. Yeah. What does this mean for working people? So this is what we were going to get. In my eye, the Lib Dems are the best party from a policy perspective. Yeah, I agree with you based on what I've seen so far. Claims about the tax burden are often framed around the impact on workers. For example, in last week's ITV debate, Labour Deputy Leader Angela Rayner claimed that working people have the highest tax burden under the Tories. But the tax burden takes into account all tax revenue by the government. This includes direct taxes like income tax, employee national insurance contributions, and council tax, but also indirect taxes like VAT or fuel duty, as well as those paid by businesses like corporation tax. Both the IFS and the Resolution Foundation think tanks have pointed out in recent months that the effective personal tax rate for the average earner or typical employee is currently the lowest since 1975. Okay, so it has gone down. Since 2021, ongoing freezes to the threshold at which people began paying national insurance contributions and income tax have increased people's taxable income in what's known as fiscal drag, which someone in chat just mentioned. But prior to that, these thresholds had increased above the rate of inflation under the Conservatives, and for the average earner, recent reductions in the main rate of national insurance contributions have offset the impact of the ongoing freezes. The Resolution Foundation forecast that over the next few years, the effective personal tax rate for the average earner will increase slightly from the current rate but will remain low by historical records. However, as we've previously explained, taxes are increasing for some people, most notably pensioners who have been impacted by the income tax threshold freeze but don't benefit from the NIC's reduction, and people on higher incomes. Overall, the net revenue raised from personal tax is expected to increase by $20 billion a year per year by 29. Okay, so I think they are correct. The lowest income tax rates have fallen, by historical standards for lower income people. Okay, so to sum up, 4 million people, the security and purpose of a job, very questionable statistic, difficult to know where they're getting from based on the ONS releases, but adding more people to work happens over time because jobs are created all the time as well as destroyed, and population grows. Plus, that doesn't mean that they're good jobs. They're probably low paid, low productivity service sector jobs like Deliveroo drivers and things like that, which the UK has seen a massive growth in. Cut taxes for 29 million working people. Yeah, I think that's true. They are the Tories. They're cutting taxes. That's their way of, trying to take care of working people. I'm not sure it's the right way, but at least it seems to be true. Protected pensioners with a triple lock. So I thought that was the most likely to be true, but a workers facing. Is this another? So this is another full fact article. Are workers facing record tax bills? Record tax bills. So this is kind of similar. I just wanted to know what they said about the pensioners. Yeah, this is very low. Changes to income tax and national insurance over the course of this parliament have resulted in savings for people earning between 26,000 and 60,000 this year. But those earning less or more than this are set to pay more tax. As for them, the national insurance reductions do not offset the impact of the threshold freezes. Okay, right. Over the course of this parliament, so that's Rishi Sunak's. So Rishi Sunak's government in particular have not. The highest earners and pensioners are paying more tax as a result of the government's changes, and overall the net amount of revenue the government receives from personal tax is set to increase further by a net 20 billion by 28 to 29. Stuart Adams, a senior economist at the IFS, told Full Fact, overall tax as a share of national income is at its highest for 75 years, yet direct tax as a share of median earners' income is at its lowest for 50 years. There are lots of reasons those measures can differ: indirect and business taxes, trends in employment, taxes on pensioners and other non-workers, and so on. But one important reason is that we get more tax from those on higher income nowadays, a trend that has continued under the Conservatives. Let me just see that they didn't... Yeah, I just think it's a case that pensioners have started to pay more tax and they haven't benefited from other tax decreases. So I'm not sure if they're protecting pensioners, and maybe this is even in question. I mean, the point is, like, the tax changes are extremely complicated, and you can often spin them in certain ways. It does seem that, generally speaking, the tax burden for the average person is quite low by historical standards, but pensioners have been adversely affected, and under the current parliament, under Rishi Sunak's government, there has been a bit of a squeeze on people on very low incomes. So, you know, cut crime, right? Are we just going to be reading Full Fact today? I get that. Is this going to be like one of those things where people, of course, yeah, it is Full Fact, where people just read into like the fluctuations of a time series. Corporation tax and unrealized CGT. Yeah, I mean, I'm up for increasing CGT. I think you can, with unrealized gains, I feel like maybe for the very, very wealthy. Yeah, with unrealized gains that they haven't. That's like when they're holding the money, right, in like the sort of Elon Musk type wealth, you know, that's defined by stock values, and they say they don't have it, but then they can use it as collateral to buy Twitter. And there's a proposal by Sayers and Zuckman, right, who say for billionaires only, you could sort of tax their unrealized gains, like as a kind of one-off, which I'm not mad at it. I'm not mad at it, but generally I wouldn't tax unrealized capital gains. I'd tax realized capital gains at, you know, roughly the same rate as income tax. Just treat it as income. When you make a gain on a stock, an investment, then, you know, you pay tax on it. Simple. Well, why would I talk about the US? This is a stream about the UK elections. In recent weeks, the Prime Minister Rishi Sunak has repeatedly claimed, both in and out of Parliament, that crime or overall crime has fallen by around 50% since the Conservative Party took office in 2010. The Policing Minister Chris Philp also made a similar claim about overall crime on Sky News. These claims are based on crime survey data for England and Wales, which does not include fraud and computer misuse offences. Because the... Lies, damned lies and statistics. That's what I should rename this stream as. Because the way the data is collected changed in 2015, we don't have comparable data going back to 2010 for all crime, including fraud and computer misuse. But the crime data survey data does show fraud and computer misuse accounted for around 4.4 million of 9 million total offences in 2022, while other sources suggest there's been a rise in fraud in recent years. A Home Office spokesperson told Full Fact that because fraud and computer misuse only began to be included in the crime survey in 2015, it is necessary to exclude those offences when making longer-term comparisons, and said, "We have made it clear the figure used to show the reduction in crime excludes fraud and computer misuse." But you don't know what those were before 2015. Oh my God. However, while ministers have previously quoted the crime figures with appropriate context, as have Conservative Party graphics shared recently on Twitter, this has not always been the case, as the examples listed above show. We've contacted Downing Street about Mr. Sunak's comments, but did not receive a response. Selective or misleading use of official information without appropriate context and caveats can damage public trust in both official information and politicians. Ministers should use official information transparently and with all relevant context and caveats when a claim is first made, and quickly rectify oversights when they occur. So, total crime. Offences excluding fraud and computer misuse. So, I mean, obviously, right, you've got normal crime, and then computer and fraud and computer misuse starts to be measured around 2017. Yeah. I thought they said 2015 earlier. Whatever. The correct conclusion from a graph like this, where the measure changes halfway through and like there's not really a noticeable difference, is that you don't know. You just don't know. And there doesn't seem to be an attempt to adjust or do a sort of retroactive estimation. I mean, these crimes did fall, between 2010 and 2016. Crime data are pretty fraught anyway. Like, they're so dodgy, even excluding this specific problem about fraud. We don't have comparable data yet. But fraud existed before the internet. This is saying that internet... Oh, I don't know. If fraud and misuse are counted in total crime as they should be, total crime in fact increased by 14% between the year ending September 2019 and the year ending September 21. Yeah, why is that one missing? Is that just the pandemic? Yeah, okay. So, yeah, I mean, that's pretty misleading. And also, the claim here is that recruited record number. So there's so many questionable, let's say contestable statements packed into because they haven't just claimed that they've cut crime by 50%. They've claimed that they recruited record numbers of police officers, right? Which is a separate claim, have they? And then two cut crime. So there's apparently a causal link between the two. I mean, we don't have time to evaluate this, but certainly this is in question. Recruited record numbers of teachers to help our children become the best readers in the West. Okay, that one warrants a... Whoops. This is a weird claim, right? The best readers in the West. So, thanks to Michael Gove's reforms, a generation of inspiring teachers, English school children are not just the best readers in the UK, they're the best in the Western world. Stop automatically maximizing it, Windows. Okay. It's quite like, so again, as a, children in England ranked 4th globally for reading. Okay, all right. Primary school children in England have been ranked 4th in the international rankings for reading. 8th to top 5. Based on tests taken every 5 years, the study places countries in the global education league table. The PIRLS tests are taken by 9 and 10-year-olds, normally year 5 pupils in England, at the end of the school year. The 2021 testing round assessed nearly 400,000 pupils in 57 countries, but 14 of those, including Northern Ireland and the Republic of Ireland, delayed testing to the start of the next school year because of disruption caused by the COVID pandemic. The International Association for the Evaluation of Educational Achievement, which runs the study, said direct comparisons with those 14 countries should be made with great care. Okay. God, it's just like, I was literally ready. I was about to say, like, they're actually honest about this one. And then the context comes. Difficult to compare because it was done during the pandemic. Although it can be compared with other countries. No, okay. So it pushed back testing to 2022 because it tested the same age group. Wait, but that doesn't follow. 14 delayed testing to the start of the next school year because of the disruption caused by the... Because though it pushed back testing until 2022 to avoid COVID because it tested the same age group. But hadn't they got older? So the students would be older, right? So why would that be an okay comparison? So you're comparing older children. Bear in mind we're in junior school, right? So you're talking about a period of rapid learning and rapid development. I'm not sure about that. Why would you, if you push it back, they've gotten older because time passes and we all age. Singapore scored the highest result. Second was Hong Kong. Wales and Scotland do not submit. Government reforms are focused on phonics, which teaches children to read using sounds, and to teachers putting reading at the heart of everything they do. Said the excellent results were a badly needed piece of good news for an education system that feels beleaguered. He said the success was a testament to the hard work, skill and dedication of primary school teachers and leaders. Girls were ahead of boys in their reading achievement in nearly all of the ranked countries, but the gender gap has narrowed in the most recent testing round. The PIRLS results came a day after Year 6 SAT's reading paper, which some parents said was so hard it left children in tears. Last year's SAT results showed overall standards in reading, writing and maths had slipped among Year 6 pupils in England since the pandemic, though individual subject results show reading increased levels slightly, with 74% of pupils meeting the expected standard, up from 73% in 2019. By 2030, the government wants 90% of children leaving primary school to reach the expected standards in reading. So, for this claim, help our children become the best readers in the West. Yeah, I mean, it's not the most egregiously dishonest claim on the... It's a different set of students. See, okay, yeah, so that makes sense. But then I'm wondering about like cohort effects and stuff, because either way, you're not. It's the same age group, right? Yeah. So then it's a different cohort, and I'm just thinking about cohort effects, right? Because they're a known thing in any study of like school-based outcomes. So. I don't know. I mean, if the IEA, the Institute for Education, says that it's fine, maybe it's fine. So I don't think this is the most egregious claim on there. But, you know, readers, that's one test. This is like, you should always be careful. I'm still not entirely convinced, but you should always be careful anyway when it's like reading specifically, because it's like, okay, we might do really well in reading, but then we might not do that well in maths or science. You know what I mean? Different countries do tend to excel at different things, and it's not clear that one's necessarily better. Different groups, same age. Yeah, I don't like. I'm not 100% sure about it anyway. Right. I mean, I'm already quite tired of this manifesto, but so this is the. All right. Bold actions to deliver a secure future for our country and for your family. Support working people and secure a stronger economy. Cut taxes for workers by taking another 2p off employee national insurance so that we will have halved it from 12% at the beginning of this year to 6%, a total tax cut of 1,350 for the average worker on 25,000. See, that's okay. There you go. Like, I mean, that's not that low an income. By the time you get to 35,000 a year, right, the taxes have more bite because more of your income is taxed. So the tax cut will, that's, I mean, the average worker, I know that is the average income in the UK, by the way. I'm not saying they're lying about that. That seems roughly correct. But what I'm saying is that to act like that's like working people, that's going to benefit the poor, that's where I'm not so sure. Which seems to be the rhetoric, even if not the specific wording. Cut taxes to support the self-employed by abolishing the main rate of self-employed national insurance entirely by the end of Parliament. As a self-employed person, you know that's great. Cut taxes for pensioners with the new Triple Lock Plus, guaranteeing that both state pension and the tax-free allowance for pensioners always rise with the highest of inflation, earnings or 2.5%, so the new state pension doesn't get dragged into income tax. Give working parents 30 hours of free childcare a week from when their child is 9 months old to when they start school, saving eligible families an average of £6,900 per year. End the unfairness in child benefit by moving to a household system so families don't start losing child benefit until their combined income reaches 120,000, saving the average family, which benefits by 1,500. Okay? Cut the cost of net zero for consumers by taking a more pragmatic approach, guaranteeing no new green levies or charges while accelerating the rollout of renewables. Okay, what? How? So you're committed to net zero, but you're not going to do anything about it. Seize the benefits of Brexit by signing further trade deals. So by getting back to where we would have been without Brexit, that's great. Speeding up infrastructure and unblocking 100,000 new homes. You literally failed to build High Speed 2, the only major infrastructure project that you had. Cutting red tape for businesses and creating new fishing opportunities. So obviously Brexit has created red tape for businesses, because especially import and export oriented ones, because it's so much more difficult. If you abolish self-employed national insurance, then what's the situation with their pension? Yeah, I mean, that's a good question, isn't it? But it's all like privatization, isn't it? I mean, that's stating the obvious. It's moving from a public system of insurance, of social insurance, to, you know, relying on private individuals and potentially families and even employers or charity. Give young people the skills and opportunities they deserve by introducing mandatory national service for all school leavers at 18, with the choice between a competitive placement in the military or civic service roles. So, does that exclude people who go to university, presumably? Fund 100,000 high-quality apprenticeships for young people, paid for by curbing the number of poor-quality university degrees that leave young people worse off. You know, I mean, I'm not completely mad at this. As with everything, I'm confident that if the Tories do something, they'll do it bad in the worst possible way and possibly just not do it at all, right? See, with that in mind, there are some universities and university degrees where I feel like students are kind of being ripped off quite a bit and it's not really going to benefit them. It does not exclude students. You can, however, game the system. Right, it doesn't exclude. So school leavers, that's just everybody, right? Who's staying in school? I mean, I guess there are some people who do like a third year of A-levels or whatever if they're retaking. But that's basically everyone, right? Doing national service. Protect children by requiring schools to ban the use of mobile phones during the day and ensuring that parents can see what their children are being taught, especially on sensitive matters like sex education. Oh, good. Let's follow the US and let the fucking Christian nutters determine what their children see. Don't teach them about sex, and then they are forced to have an abortion, which they can't have, by the way. Transform 16 to 19 education by introducing the Advanced British Standard, enabling young people to receive a broader education and removing the artificial divide between academic and technical learning. What the hell is this? They keep mentioning it. The new baccalaureate-style qualification is part of the Prime Minister's pledge to educate every child with a world-class education and ensure all young people have the skills they need to get good jobs that will help grow the economy. It's just boilerplate, isn't it? So much of it is I remember, like, when I was younger, I would have thought that reading, like, a party election manifesto is a really serious undertaking, like it's a really serious document, but it is literally just full of, like, boilerplate crap. It will build on the success the government has made since 2010 to drive up standards in schools. Last week, the global PISA 2022 study showed that pupils in England have risen up the international rankings for maths, placing as one of the top performing countries in the Western world. Oh, so we are doing well for maths. National report for England. Where are the maths results? Performance in maths. Mean score of 492, significantly higher than the OECD average of 472. The gap between England's highest and lowest achieving pupils of 252 score points was significantly above the OECD average of 235 score points and has increased since 2018, largely due to the significant decrease in the scores of low achieving pupils. Oh. Of course, so the average increase masks a rise in inequality. It's like that Scooby-Doo meme, isn't it? Let's see what the average increase really is. Oh, an increase in inequality. You have to forget that we have some of the most... you have to remember, sorry, that we have to have... losing the will to live, sorry. We have some of the, like, probably highest quality private schools in the UK, which are obviously a preserve of the rich and powerful. Increase in teaching time of around 200 hours over the course of the qualification. By who? You're not paying teachers. Greater breadth and choice for the young people and a core focus on vital maths and English. I mean, it's a narrowing, right? This is what it is. So again, so maths and English, I mean, fine, like, good. I'm glad that those things are increasing in and of themselves, and clearly teachers in the UK and everywhere work very hard, but it's a narrowing, right? It's the 3 R's, reading, writing and arithmetic. It's that kind of old style conservative narrow education, and there's less on, anything like the humanities or critical thinking. If history's on it, it probably will be, but that'll be a very British-centric history, which has been how the curriculum's changed, right? A-levels and T-levels, retaining their rigour and focusing on building knowledge, increasing teaching time. Education is the closest thing we have to a silver bullet to transform life chances. I mean, risen up the International League will end the artificial divide between academic and technical education. I mean, what does it, have I missed this? Including maths and English, England being in like... Why does this remove the artificial divide between academic and technical education? I mean, that's like a nice thing to aspire to, but I didn't see anything in how that's going to work. Break time phones. I think the ban on phones is like something which sounds really good, but I'm not sure that you can just have like a phone's bad. It's a very reactionary policy, right? In the original sense of the word, as in like you're like, oh, people are using too many phones, right? Fucking ban them. I think a lot of children probably use phones for things that are quite important, including taking notes, doing homework. What if they've got like a difficult family situation and they have to be in contact with people? Like, I don't know. Outright bans. I'm not usually a fan of banning things like that outright, and I just wonder if you'll create problems, because phones are, like it or not, they are how we live now, right? We live through the internet, so you're taking away a part of somebody's life if you take away their phone. If you want to talk about like banning social media websites or something like that, right? That seems like a more direct measure in terms of what you're trying to get at. Distraction and bullying and short attention spans. Like I could consider that. Obviously, that's much more hard to design, but all those can be done with a laptop. Yeah, but I don't know that everybody has a laptop, right? Or like you can't use a laptop on the move as easily, right? Like if you've got kids in London on the tube, they're often doing homework on their phones, and a laptop might be stolen, is more likely to be stolen. I feel like a ban would be okay if contingencies are considered, which they won't be. Yeah, I mean, the aim of a ban, again, it's like, I get it, right? But I don't know. Have they asked school children like how they use their phones? I feel like that's an important part of it. I mean, we're only on page 6 of the manifesto, but who's betting they haven't? Boost defence spending to our new NATO standard of 2.5% of GDP by 2030 so we can protect British interests at home and abroad in an increasingly hostile world. I'm not mad at that. I actually think that's fine, especially if Trump gets in and withdraws NATO support. Introduce a legal cap on migration to guarantee that numbers will fall every year. So public services are protected while bringing in the skills our businesses and NHS needs. Okay, so again, right, migration is like, it's a bit like government spending. It's like the government can't just come in and be like, we're going to take all of the numbers, right? Migration, GDP, public debt, test scores, and like, we're going to change these to this, right? You just don't have that much control over migration. People move around, right? And it's really difficult. And there are different levels of government. And they've been trying to do this for so long and they've failed. Because you learn, what are you going to do? Like, say that there's a doctor who's being hired from another country, right? And the NHS are like, oh, we need this guy. He's like a really specialist surgeon, and we need him. And we advertised the job, and he did the interview. But oh wait, the immigration cap was 100,000, and he's number 100,001, right? That's fucking dumb, right? Obviously, you're gonna have to let somebody come to do something like that. That is just, you can't control migration, and they've failed every time. Stop the boats by removing illegal migrants to Rwanda. The less said about that, the better. The work with other countries to rewrite asylum treaties to make them fit for the challenges we face. Okay, yeah. So we're not going to be accepting to asylum seekers. Clearly, that's what that means. No mention of RAAC and crumbling schools. No, what's RAAC though? In my sister's school in Netherlands, the reaction was the same. Initial resistance, but afterwards the students actually started to like it. I'm undecided on the smartphone ban. Certainly, if I were a teacher, I can imagine being fucking infuriated by people being on their phones in my class. Like, I would have a phone bucket at the start of class, right? But I thought even that is different to just banning them from schools. Do you know what I mean? There's more flexibility in that. Increase NHS spending above inflation every year, recruiting 92,000 more nurses and 28,000 more doctors, driving up productivity in the NHS and moving care closer to people's homes through pharmacy first, new and modernised GP strategies, and more community diagnostic centres. Protect female-only spaces and competitiveness in sport by making clear that sex means biological sex in the Equality Act. We're not going to get into that. Deliver 1.216 million well-designed homes in the right places while protecting our countryside. Permanently abolish stamp duty for homes up to 425,000 for first-time buyers and introduce a new Help to Buy scheme. Okay, so again, they're doubling down on the policy of home ownership. Now, I just want to remind everybody that the policy of home ownership in the Anglosphere has been a failure. The focus on home ownership has driven house prices up. It's meant that many people have their wealth tied up in their homes. They have their effective pension is tied up in their homes. Again, this is his move away from social insurance and towards a kind of private system. Obviously, falls along familiar lines. Younger generations have less access. Generally speaking, obviously, people who earn more, richer people have more access. And usually, generally speaking, white people have more access to owning homes than non-white people. So, and natives have more access than immigrants, and so on. People without disabilities have more access than people with disabilities. So, this has really been a failure, and you can have stable access to homes without having home ownership. And they're just, mortgages are way too under-regulated. They're way too high. They create like a spiral. And obviously, the housing bubble was the trigger, the centerpiece of the 2008 financial crisis. But, keep doing it. Recruit 8,000 more time fully warranted police officers. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Again, an increase. Is it really an increase, or are you just hiring more police officers, over time, as happens with jobs? And is that necessarily good? Cut antisocial behaviour in town centres by rolling out hotspot policing, expanding community payback, and legislating to evict social tenants who repeatedly disrupt their neighbours. Yeah, I'm sure all those policies will be enforced with the good of the communities and poor people in mind. Invest £36 billion in local roads, rail and buses to drive regional growth, including £8.3 billion to fill potholes and resurface roads, funded by cancelling the second phase of HS2. Great. So basically, we failed at trying to build public transport that's up to the standards of the rest of Europe, so we're going to double down on cars. Back drivers by stopping road pricing, reversing the London Mayor's ULEZ expansion. No! And applying local referendums to new 20 miles per hour zones and low traffic neighbourhoods. Local referendums, Jesus Christ. Champion our rural communities by backing farmers with a legal target and additional investment for food security and protecting our best agricultural land from solar farms. Continue to invest directly invest in communities across Scotland, Wales and Northern Ireland. Protect the UK's internal market and the integrity of our United Kingdom. It's weird how they want to protect the internal market but didn't want to generalise it to the EU. Evict social tenants to where? Well, look, if you evict the social tenants who are causing trouble, they'll stop causing trouble, they'll get a job, they'll buy one of the new homes using the right to buy scheme, and then they'll grow up and vote Conservative. It's a foolproof plan, Crystal. I don't know why you can't see it. So yeah, they're expanding like stop and frisk type stuff. They're sort of doubling down on cars. You can see that here, so that they're abandoning net zero, right, effectively. They said no new net zero levies, abandoning high speed 2, doubling down on cars, expanded policing, expanding powers for police as well as numbers, doubling down on home ownership. Have met Sadiq Khan half a dozen times. Chill, guys. Sadiq Khan is one of the few politicians that I look at and I'm like, well, not look at, but, you know, I look at his policies and I look at him speak and I'm like, you are just a guy who, like, knows what you're talking about and who just does the job, right? He actually just, like, he's not in the headlines, at least not because of his own volition, out of his own volition, right? He's just a guy who does the job properly. So I'm glad he's the London mayor. I mean, it's one of the only things that saves us. And I'm glad about his war on cars. We're looking at the Tories, yeah. They'll end up homeless, drug addicts and criminals. I mean, all of the studies show that the way to reduce, like, antisocial behaviour, crime, to reduce costs for social services down the line through health or, prison, it's by investing in people, right? It's by actually giving people homes. It's by reducing poverty. The literature is really clear on that. And if you do it for children, it's a free lunch. For children especially, you know, every fucking pound you invest in a child who's, you know, below the poverty line or even close to it, you get so much more back over their lifetimes. Because they live a good life. He's only in the headlines when the racists start waffling. Yes, Sadiq Khan. That's exactly what I was thinking as I said that. Sadiq Khan's Muslim run London. You know what I mean? I've heard Sam Harris talk a lot about that. He's a fucking idiot, isn't he? Anyway. Let's not get bogged down in the bloody culture wars too much. I want to read the economics part of this at least before I move on. Then we'll move on to Labour, because ultimately, you know, it's kind of funny to look at this when knowing the Conservatives aren't going to be in power. But in 2010, we inherited an economy in tatters, with Labour themselves admitting themselves there was no money. Okay, so what actually happened was that is kind of true in that there was a global financial crisis, right? And Labour got things wrong. But the Conservatives were calling for financial deregulation in 2006. They were calling to match Labour's spending plans. The deficit wasn't even that high by historical standards. It was obviously a result of the Great Recession. Labour had put together a stimulus package and growth was actually high. You know, a recovery was on the way and the deficit was falling. And then the Conservatives did austerity. The admitting themselves there was no money was a joke, guys. God, so oversensitive. Can't you even take a joke? We have faced 3 generational global economic challenges. The aftermath of the financial crisis. Wait, so you're... That's fucking hell. That is double speak. That was in 2008. And then, so when it's Labour, it's their fault, even though that was before you inherited the economy 2 years before and recovery was on the way, you're then able not only to blame Labour for the problems caused by the financial crisis, but blame the financial crisis, not the Conservatives, for the lingering problems after that. Oh my God, that is such doublespeak. A global pandemic and the biggest energy shock since the 1970s. Okay, so obviously the pandemic wasn't the Conservatives' fault, but our health system wasn't prepared and they completely mismanaged it. Boris Johnson was out shaking hands with people and then got COVID when he should have been fucking locking down. He did it too late. They mishandled the PPE equipment. They mishandled the capacity of the NHS. They've been fighting tooth and nail against any gains for doctors and nurses since then. It was all extremely corrupt. Their communication was dreadful during the pandemic. Nobody knew what the rules were. And they went back and forth, and we got the sort of worst of both worlds, right? With like the third lockdown was just like done out of panic because they just taken their foot off the gas. So yeah, it wasn't your fault that it happened, but it was your fault that it was as bad as it was. There were tens of thousands of avoidable deaths. Not to mention other outcomes, economic output. The biggest energy shock since the 1970s. Again, you know, the Conservatives didn't invade Ukraine, but... So, there was this report from Carbon Brief. I'll show it to you. This is just, you know, clearly any crisis, any economic fluctuation interacts with the economy. So, for example, Germany, as I understand it, is struggling a little bit. They're a very strong economy. They have a relatively good social system. They have their problems, but if you're going to pick like a sort of European nation that do things pretty well, Germany would be up there, right? Now, they're facing a global manufacturing slowdown at the moment. They have had a bit of a slowdown in growth. That happens. That's global capitalism. I don't think any one party in one country can do anything about that, really. But what happens during the German recession? Well, actually, the businesses have kind of a pact with their workers, and the workers sit on the boards, and the unions sit at tables at kind of regional levels, and they coordinate, you know, that workers are retained. They don't necessarily lose their jobs as often, right? But they might accept like a temporary pay cut to weather the storm. There's a much more collaborative way of dealing with the recession. So there's two things. There's the recession, then there's how you deal with it. Again, I'm not saying Germany doesn't have its problems, but like it's about how the crisis impacts the system. And the system in the UK, the economy, is so fucking sclerotic. It's awful. We're not prepared for anything. So that's why these things are so much worse. It's why the cost of living crisis was so much worse. So to give you a concrete example of that in the UK. We got fucked because we privatized energy and don't have enough energy security. So this is more directly true than even you think. So as a general point, I agree with you. We didn't prioritize energy security. The privatized firms haven't helped. But look at this. Cutting the green crap has added 2.5 billion to UK energy bills. Energy bills in the UK are nearly 2.5 billion pounds higher than they would have been if climate policies had not been scrapped over the past decade, Carbon Brief analysis shows. The changes included gutting energy efficiency subsidies, effectively banning onshore wind in England, and scrapping the zero carbon home standard. They were... Oh, thanks for the donation.
Will you look at the smaller parties too? My party, the Workers' Party of Britain, has economic sections with a combination of radical social democratic and investment-led growth, etc.
Well, maybe we will take a look at that, Dominic. Thank you for the thing. Let me search it so I don't... I've got so many windows open. It's just like being on porn. Socialist... the Workers' Party of Britain. Sounds like a good party. For a moment, I panicked that you'd said Socialist Workers' Party. Oh, God. Left-wing parties, stop being parodies of yourselves. Challenge. Impossible. Get rid of all the green... Right. David Cameron's answer to rising energy bills. So bear in mind, in 2013, energy bills were rising, right? Get rid of the green crap, meaning to cut climate policies. Now and then, in 2022, they obviously rise at an unprecedented rate. Previous efforts to slash climate policies are now costing the average household around £40 per year, rising to £60 under the price cap expected next winter. Nearly 90% of the increase in the bills is due to the rising price of gas, which has more than tripled over the same period. Most of the expected increase in bills is due to the cost of energy suppliers going out of business, whereas climate policy costs have already fallen and are due to drop further. The last time energy bills routinely hit UK front pages was in 2013, when higher gas prices saw then opposition Labour leader Ed Miliband pledge to cap energy prices if we won the next election. Later that year, some front page reported then Prime Minister David Cameron's solution to soaring energy prices with the headline, "Get rid of the green crap." Cameron's government, in coalition with the Liberal Democrats, went on to make a series of changes, including cutting spending on energy efficiency improvements and introducing a Green Deal efficiency scheme, later described by the National Audit Office as a failure. The number of homes getting their lofts or cavity walls insulated each year plummeted almost immediately by 92% and 74% in 2013. Right, so this is the Tory approach to energy security, right? UK home energy efficiency improvements, lofts insulated, cavity walls insulated, rising with these subsidies, with these schemes. 2013, look at that. That is ridiculous, and it costs UK households and the UK economy. We would have been less reliant on Russian oil and gas. That's energy security. It means investing. The growth of UK onshore wind farms is, I mean, that's a bit more volatile, right? Like I wouldn't, but I mean, it's really low there. I guess that's the pandemic. I'm not sure how much you can infer from that. What does this say? A ban on the technology. Following a grace period for projects already in the pipeline, the capacity of onshore wind farms being completed dropped dramatically after 2017. Oh, okay, no, so that's the real drop, right? Because obviously, yeah, if you started building, it's not going to be immediate. Also scrapped zero carbon home standard, which had been due to come into force the following year. As a result, around 1 million new homes have been built since then with lower energy efficiency standards and higher energy bills. The £1 billion bill for cutting the green crap. Now, summer 2022, winter 2022. UK energy bills are now £2.5 billion higher than they would be if the green crap had been kept in place. Right, so you get the point, right? So saying the biggest energy shock since the 1970s. And by the way, I presume that they'd blame the 1970s on like unions and labour and whatever. It basically allowed NIMBYs to block every new wind farm. I mean, our country is built around allowing NIMBYs to block literally everything. That's why we can't build anything. It's like the worst planning system ever fucking invented. The Workers' Party are proposing referendums on the monarchy, net zero and NATO. Yeah. I'm not sure about more referendums. I think we're really bad at referendums, no matter what they are. Workers' Party. Oh, it's led by George Galloway. Is that George Galloway's party? Oh, that does concern me a bit. I'm sorry. I will probably look at it, but oh shit, yeah. This shows you how out of touch I've been. I've been trying to complete my fucking book. I've been literally so out of touch. That's George Galloway's party. George Galloway is a very questionable figure. He is one of, I mean, I mentioned the Socialist Workers' Party, right? He's a bit of an after the revolution style old socialist, in my opinion. Against this backdrop, since 2010, the UK has had the third highest growth rate in the G7. We have created 4 more million jobs, there it is again, cut taxes for working people and pensioners and repaired the public finances. The UK economy is now growing faster than Germany, France, Italy and the United States. Real wages have been rising for nearly a year. Inflation has fallen from 11.1% to 2.3%, lower than in Europe and the US. And debt as a share of GDP is forecast to start falling next year. The plan we set out last year to halve inflation, grow the economy and reduce debt is working. Okay, so I could write a fucking dissertation on this paragraph, right? The UK economy is now growing faster than Germany, France, Italy, and the United States. Wait, what? What? Let's try statistics.
We're Galloway's party, so we actually have a sitting MP, at last for now. Our manifesto is on our website. Anyway, I have to leave and go be a proletarian wage slave. Keep up the good work.
Thank you, Dominic. Yeah, but I do appreciate your both your donations and also your pointer to read the sorry, I'm doing two things at once here. Your pointer to read the manifesto, and I will look at it, but yeah, I'm not sure about George Galloway, to be honest. This is just a lie, though. So everybody, what the fuck? The UK economy is now growing faster than Germany, France, Italy, and the United States. What? The United States is growing really fast. Inflation has fallen to lower than in the US. Yeah, but the US has actually like a fairly good economy with inflation kind of falling because they've actually tackled the cost of living crisis. Whereas we've just sort of benefited from the fact that inflation's been really high. So it's kind of been a regression to the mean. And then it's going to go back up, as I mentioned earlier. I mean, trading economics. I want Bureau for Labour Statistics. CPI. Why? Oh. So I've got the consumer price was unchanged, seasonally adjusted, and rose 3.3%. Yeah. I mean, you got to be careful as well, because I don't know that the measures are the same, right? So if you're saying like, yeah, at the moment there's 3.3, ours is 2.3, ours is going to go back up, theirs will probably continue to go down. They won't be measured in exactly the same way. It's quite, I don't know. If theirs was like 10% and ours was 2%, I'd be like, yeah, okay, that's a fair comparison, right? Because no matter what the measurement error is, no matter what the idiosyncrasies are, that's, you know, as long as the inflation measures are worth their salt, which they are, then that's a, you know, a big difference. It's a real difference. But with, you know, it's just cherry picking. It's just pure cherry picking, really. The UK economy. So United Kingdom, 0.46%. Canada. So France is growing faster than us, according to Statista. Is this 2024? Wait, is this a... What's that double star mean? Oh, estimates. Oh, my bad. Numbers for the UK are estimates. What? Oh, Statista's just a bunch of shit, isn't it? Why am I even on it? How does the... Okay, well, we're back to full fact. The UK economy recorded the fastest growth in the G7 in 2022. Sorry, need to move that. This claim was also made by the Chancellor Jeremy Hunt, who tweeted the fact that the UK was fastest growing in G7 last year, as well as avoiding recession, shows our economy is more resilient than many feared. GDP measured blah, 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 blah. Worth bearing in mind, the 2021 economy was still impacted by the COVID-19 pandemic, so comparisons with this period are not necessarily the most useful way of assessing recent economic growth. Look at other periods not impacted by the pandemic. The UK's growth does not compare as favourably to other G7 countries. UK economy still smaller than pre-pandemic. ONS statistics show that the UK's GDP growth between the final quarter of 2019, pre-pandemic, and the final quarter of 2022 was the lowest in the G7 at minus 0.8%. This means the UK is the only G7 country in which the economy remains smaller than it was before the pandemic. Data for Q4 is not available for Japan, but data for Q3 2022 shows Japan's GDP has grown since before the pandemic. For comparison, the US GDP grew by 5.1% over this period, with the second worst performing economy, Germany, growing by 0.2%. Yeah. So UK, yeah. So right. So this is the G7 across the G7 real terms GDP growth over the last quarter. So over the last quarter, this is like nothing in the UK. USA is growing very fast. Canada's growing fast. France is growing fast. Italy and Germany are contracting. I did say Germany has faces the global manufacturing slowdown, right? But the UK economy is now growing faster than Germany, France, Italy, and the United States. That's wrong. France and USA are growing faster. Over the last year, so this is like the cherry, this is the one number, right? This was in February 2023. This is the one number that seems to support that. And then over the pandemic, the UK, over the pandemic as a whole, the UK is the worst out of all of them, right? So, God, it's just when you see these statistics, like, and I think the important thing is not the specifics, right? It's the to notice, to know when you're seeing cherry picking. Now, one hint is that you're reading the Conservative UK Party manifesto. So that's one hint. But the second hint is like, you know, Germany, France, Italy, United States, real wages have been rising for nearly a year. You know, inflation has fallen lower than in Europe and the US. It's like the comparison point is changing here, right? Like, what's the time frame? What's the control? What's the comparison? Is that if somebody does an evaluation, right, what they should do is probably keep those consistent and maybe use a couple of different ones, right? So like, this is if we choose this time frame and this comparison point. This is if we choose this one and this one. And that's exactly what Full Fact have done here, right? They've done this over the pandemic, over the last year. They got the same 5 countries we're comparing to, right? And then you can see, well, the picture changes a bit. The UK looks kind of good between 2022 and 2023, but not necessarily overall. The House of Commons Library has said headline GDP growth figures across countries are not 100% comparable during the pandemic. UK growth is relatively lower in 2022 and higher in 2021 and 2022. Lower in 2020 and higher in 21 and 22. Due to differences in our output in the education and health sectors was calculated. Oh yes, I remember this. My first ever video on YouTube was about that. Just the way we measure GDP. Again, you know what I mean? It's just, oh God. What a bunch of shit. Okay. Hannah Smith. Is she the woman who wrote that? No, I'm thinking of Hannah Ritchie. Sorry, I'm getting my Hannahs mixed up. I thought she was the one who wrote that book about tackling climate change. Doesn't matter. The allegations made by these women don't constitute rape. She had sex with him and woke up to him having sex with her again. Not everybody needs to be asked prior to each insertion. Oh dear. Oh no. Insertion. Why did... Obviously, the overall thing he's saying here there is bad, but I do find that a lot of these guys, they have this like quite procedural or how would you put it? Robotic or unemotional view of sex. It's very disturbing. Economic security is the bedrock of any future success, which is why we have a clear plan to take the bold action needed to build a strong economy. Reducing borrowing and debt, backing businesses to invest, innovate and trade, cutting taxes and reforming our welfare system, delivering world-class education, and delivering an affordable transition to domestic sustainable energy. Right, affordable means we're not doing it. Reducing borrowing debt. Sustainable public finances are essential for a strong economic plan. Well, no, they aren't, actually, because you can indefinitely run a deficit and roll over the debt. Government bonds are historic lows in the UK and in a lot of rich nations. There's the ability to borrow. The central bank can finance your deficit. And if you borrow to invest, right, then you get a return. Mechanical, yeah. Incel adjacent. Scientific terms, yeah. But it's that, I think it does go to that kind of reproduction thing, right? The purely defining sex in terms of like reproduction. Just the function of sex, like the biological function of sex. The deficit fell from 10.3% under Labour to 2.1% on the eve of the pandemic. Wait a second. Okay, so obviously they're not comparing like with like here, because they didn't say the deficit under Labour before the financial crisis. They're talking about during, right? UK government debt and deficit. I actually didn't expect this stream to be so data heavy, but I guess the Conservatives have forced my hand here. Download the tape. Oh, CSV. That. Okay, here we go. Debt as a percentage of GDP. Wait, no, deficit. Here we go. Right, so literally what they're doing there, you see what they're doing? By saying the deficit was 10% under Labour, right? But prior to the pandemic, it was 2.6% under the Conservatives. It's like, okay, but what was it under Labour prior to the financial crisis? And remember that they've already blamed the financial crisis, the fallout from it, for their economic performance. But for Labour, they don't make that adjustment. So it's 2.9%, right? 2007, 2008, 2.6%, 2009, 20. Basically the same. And then in the pandemic, it's 15%. So imagine if we said prior, on the eve of the pandemic, it was 2007, 2008 on the eve of the pandemic in 2007 and 8, it was 2.9% under a Labour government, but under the Conservatives, it was 15.3%. Now, that also wouldn't be fair, right? It wouldn't be fair. But that's what they're doing effectively at a slightly smaller scale. TLDR, most of the Tory claims are dubious. Yeah, it's cherry picking. A lot of cherry picking, I'd say. Misleading statistics without context in them, and a couple of seeming mistruths. But it is important to realize the difference between like cherry picking and a lie, right? Because I think if you just blanketly accuse the Tories of lying, it's like, no, they can probably find where the statistic is, but if you read the source, there's context. That we were able to provide almost £400 billion of support to families and businesses to get through the COVID and energy shock. That was good. I do actually want to say, and that was Rishi Sunak when he was in government. There was no option really, but I do think that he was actually quite aggressive with that, and I think it was a good thing. I also think that he may want to ask whether, generally speaking, providing support to people might be a good policy going forward. What was the manifesto policy proposals for boosting business investment? I think we'll get to that. Transactional. Oh, the word for insertion. That's also quite a good one. Mechanical, transactional, artificial, robotic, medical. The only way to give people the peace of mind that government will be able to support them again when future shocks hit is to get borrowing and debt down. The alternative is to let borrowing get out of control, driving inflation and interest rates up, and leaving our children and grandchildren to pick up the bill. Why would borrowing drive inflation up? Or interest rates? I mean, it doesn't necessarily, right? If there are demands there. Hasn't in the US, but inflation is also a big thing. I mean, you know, the bill, to reiterate, when you look at public debt and deficit, and let's not get too modern monetary theory, right? I'm just going to go some straightforward, like, business style accounting. The debt and deficit is only one side of the balance sheet. No business only looks at its liabilities, right? What about the assets? What are you spending it on? Because if you're not spending it on schools and hospitals, right, to the extent that they are collapsing physically, the buildings, to the extent that there is stunting in school children, then you're not investing. Then the assets part of the balance sheet looks a little bit shaky. So that's the debt is not the only bill you leave to your grandchildren. There's also the debt of a failing economy and a poor social system, lack of investment in children. It's like, oh, well, my height is lower than the EU average and my test scores are super low because I'm low income. But, at least the deficit's at 2.6% instead of 2.7%. Haha. In next Parliament, we will continue to meet our fiscal rules of having public sector net debt falling and for public sector net borrowing to be below 3% of GDP in the fifth year of the forecast. The measures in this manifesto are fully funded and will result in lower borrowing in 29-30, which will be the target year for our fiscal rules in the first fiscal event of the new Parliament. So just to underscore this point about accounting even further, a lot of this is again statistical sleight of hand, right? Because there are some things which are off balance sheet. And a lot of the private finance projects where they sort of conscript the private sector to provide public services, they're off balance sheet, but they're still borrowed money. Capital expenditure is off balance sheet, like High Speed 2. Now, I'm not saying that's always a bad idea or that you shouldn't think about it differently, but how much are they actually borrowing? They're not being honest about it, right? How many manifestos have we read? We're still on page 8 of the first one. Taking out a loan to buy a van so you can get a job gets you the debt of the van, but the debt buys you the income of the job. Yes, it's so simple. And while I do agree with MMT people about how, financing the deficit through central banks is viable, or however they want to call it, and I did mention that earlier, it's not. You can make that much simpler point. I think you can make that much simpler point about accounting and investment. This is the Conservative Party manifesto, James H. Congrats on getting paid, hobo. Out of context, that could be... Clip that. A competitive tax system. The Conservative Party will always be the party of business. It is the private sector which will unlock the investment, growth and opportunities of the future. That is why a tax system that incentivizes business to invest is at the heart of our economic plan. We introduced the biggest business tax cut in modern history, which hundreds of business leaders have described as the single most transformational measurement for growth of investment. That looks like a phrase that requires Googling, right? Yeah, I'm not pro a voucher system for the NHS. I don't think it should be privatised. But I will say, and I was partly influenced by BritMonkey's video, which I do think was very good about the UK, I'm not completely against a nominal fee for going to the doctor, like a £5, which you don't pay if you're poor. And we already have that system. You don't pay for prescriptions if you're poor or have a medical condition. I think you just extend that to GP visits, but you say everyone else a £5. That could raise billions. I'm not against that completely. I honestly don't mind that, if we're going to be pragmatic, but I'm not sure about a whole voucher system. This might be a difficult one to... The single most... Where did they get this from? The single most transformational measure for growth of investment. Wait, the CBI, Make UK Energy UK and 200 other business leaders from companies including BT, Openreach, Siemens and Bosch have said making this measure permanent would the single most transformational thing I could do for investment and growth. For the expensing. Sorry, let's start here. I turn now to my final measure to back British business, Mr. Speaker. Since 2010, we have seen the second highest growth in investment of any G7 country. However, if we are to raise productivity, we need to increase business investment further. I mean, we've also got low productivity growth, right? And low growth. So what type of investment, The Prime Minister introduced a super deduction for large business to further stimulate business investment, and this spring I introduced full expensing for 3 years. This means that for every £1 million a company invest, they get £250,000 off their tax bill in the very same year. The single most transformational measure they could do for... Okay. This seems kind of legit. With inflation halved, borrowing down and debt falling. I mean, it's just, you end up just reading the same thing over and over again, don't you? We're looking to extend our full expensing policy to leasing once the fiscal conditions allow. And we will not raise corporation tax. For the very smallest businesses, the 4 million people who are self-employed, we will abolish the main rate of national insurance entirely by the end of the next parliament. We will back the risk takers and entrepreneurs who help drive our economy. Small and medium-sized businesses are the lifeblood of our economy, and we are making the UK the best place in the world to start or grow a business. We have great foundations, world-class talent, an internationally envied legal system, and business-friendly regulatory environment. We are supporting firms with business rate support package worth $4.83 billion over the next 5 years to support small businesses and the high street. We want small businesses to get a bigger share of public contracts and have improved the public sector procurement system to that end. We have made it easier and cheaper for small businesses to hire an apprentice. And we have taken 28,000 small businesses out of paying VAT altogether by raising the VAT registration threshold to 90,000. In the next Parliament, we will deliver a 10-point plan to support SMEs. Here we go. Fluff padding. Bullshit, we have extremely low investment. Yeah, don't worry about Nightbot, by the way. Sometimes it says stuff. Rock bottom, low investment in the UK's investment performance is still worse than every other G7 country. This is just... Oh my God. Compared to Japan, the USA, Germany, France, Italy, and Canada, the UK languished in last place in business investment for 2022, a spot we have now held for 3 years in a row. Wait, so what did they say about business investment? Wait. Sorry, where was it? Where was the investment? Didn't they say they had the highest? Oh, it was in the was it in the speech that I just looked at? Am I losing my mind? Where on earth did I see the All right, let's just have a quick look. Autumn statement. Since 2010, we have the second highest growth in investment of any G7 country. Our growth. This is it. Okay. So since 2010, the growth rate of investment has been higher, but we're starting from a lower level, presumably. We're still way too low by the standards of the G7. So that's what this report is saying, right? UK is bottom of the G7 investment league. Oh, look at that growth rate. I love that. I love that. This is like... This is so good. Oh, my God. We're right down here in 2010. We're right down here. And then look at that. Look at that growth rate. Up to almost the level of the other countries. Such fast growth. Oh, my God. That is great. I'm trying to think of like a comparison, but the growth rate, yeah, I don't know. Right, let's go through this plan. A comparison does not spring to mind. Continue to ease the burden of business rates for high street, leisure and hospitality businesses by increasing the multiplier on distribution warehouses that support online shopping over time. What does that mean? The multiplier. Oh, right, for okay, yeah, right. So basically lowering taxes. Keep the VAT threshold under review and explore options to smooth the cliff edge at 90,000. Improve access to finance for SMEs, including through expanding open finance and by exploring the creation of regional mutual banks. I like that. I like it. I'm not going to lie, I like it. Take more companies out of the scope of burdensome reporting requirements. Making use of the freedoms granted by Brexit, we will lift the employee threshold, allowing more companies to be considered medium-sized. This is expected to save small businesses at least 1 million hours of admin per year. Retain key tax incentives that encourage small businesses to grow, including the Enterprise Investment Scheme, Seed Enterprise Investment Scheme, Venture Capital Trust, Business Asset Disposal Relief. We will not increase. But that retain, I mean, you can't, is that a measure? If you're just like, we're going to keep it the same? You know what it's like? You know what the growth investment thing is like? He says 5 minutes later. It's a little bit like when I first get my hair cut and I'm almost completely bald. And I'm like, my hair growth is so rapid during that period. And then I'm like standing next to a guy that just has like luscious, Jesus-esque hair. Promote digital invoicing and improve enforcement of the prompt payment code to support small businesses with the perennial challenge of cash flow, building on our creation of the Small Business Commissioner with powers to tackle unfavourable payment practices. Ensure that Basel III capital requirements do not inhibit lending to SMEs. Continue our world-leading programs, including the Invest in Women Task Force and the Lilac Review to encourage more female and disabled entrepreneurs. I mean, it's just like, I've never heard of half of these fucking things. Invest in Women Task Force. I want to know like how these things are doing, right? From someone other than the government. Because they're going to say that create a bespoke funding pot of more than £250 million for female-powered businesses through private capital. This will help address the wider challenges that female entrepreneurs specifically face to unlock their potential to establish and grow their enterprises. We also want to make it easy for women to invest in other women. It's the only way we'll break the decades-long cycle of only 2% capital investment going to all female-powered teams in the UK. Yeah. I mean, it's a fine idea, but we'll have to wait and see, right? Because it's quite recent. So is it actually going to do anything? Or is it just going to be like their other failed schemes? Invest in UE hair now and get 1,000% return. Yeah. This section doesn't actually seem as bad as the last one. Small businesses are the backbone of our economy, said all politicians. Yeah, this section, it's not so bad. You're right. I was thinking that, and some of these are quite specific. The regulatory burden of like small businesses and like the way they pay tax, it can be a fucking nightmare. And I don't want to fetishize small businesses because they're not necessarily always good, right? They might be quite horrible to their workers, for instance. A lot of small businesses and family businesses actually are quite horrible to their workers. They're not necessarily at the cutting edge of like research and development, for instance. They do tend to lead to employment, but again, you know, employment isn't always like good or as good as it could be. So I don't want to fetishize small businesses, but as far as if you take that aim as a given, a lot of this stuff feels kind of fine. Work with public sector organisations, including local authorities and NHS trusts and companies benefiting from government contracts, to ensure that procurement opportunities are focused on SMEs in their local economies where possible and practical. But you do have to bear in mind, right, that, you know, the macroeconomic background of this is one of austerity. And what's the number one thing you can do for businesses? Have a high demand, high growth economy. That's like one of the number one things you can do. Then the paperwork falls by the wayside. Like that kind of thing is second order consideration, really. And Brexit, right? Brexit has created a lot of problems for businesses across the country. So sort of it's one thing to say you're easing the burden on them, but then like what about the other things you've done that increase the burden? Is there any incentives for startups? I think so. Small businesses to tax incentives. These ones, right? Enterprise investment, seed enterprise, venture capital trust, business asset disposal relief, agricultural property relief, and business relief. And ensuring that Basel III capital requirements do not inhibit lending to SMEs. I'd say that's probably about. Women comprise 24% of Tory MPs, by the way. Yeah. How good are Labour on that? I don't know if they're like loads better. The Cooperative Party. I don't know it. I mean, I like cooperatives, but okay. Yeah, and like immigration can be really good for small businesses, right? It's wild that the country Keynes was born in now suffers so much by ignoring his works. Yeah. Yeah. A Conservative government will continue to invest in the digital, transport and energy infrastructure needed for businesses to grow. We have transformed our digital infrastructure by rolling out gigabit broadband to over 1 million hard-to-reach premises, helping to deliver high-speed internet to over 80% of the country. We're set to achieve at least 85% gigabit coverage of the UK by 2025 and nationwide coverage by 2030. Our ambition for all populated areas to be covered by standalone 5G mobile connectivity and to keep the UK at the forefront of adopting and developing 6G. We will spend 36 billion of high-speed 2 savings on transport projects that will benefit more people in more places more quickly. Every penny saved in the North or Midlands will be spent there. So, what was that? Okay, so before I get fucking started on HS2, Tory election broadcast. Oh, that's broadcast, not broadband. Over 1 million roll awarded. Okay, so the government's rollout is steaming ahead. So this is actually a government. Okay, so this seems like something they're actually doing. Okay, thank God. I didn't realise they were actually allocating money to it. But with the high-speed 2 thing, right, you can't fail at a project and abandon it, right? Fail to do what you said you were going to do, come in massively over cost, axe half of the project, so it's only between London and Birmingham, which, by the way, isn't a difficult journey anyway because they're not that far from each other, right? High Speed 2 is not going up to Leeds or Manchester anymore. You can't axe that and then be like, oh, we've saved money. It's like, no, you haven't built the thing that you said you were going to build. they're like using their own failure. And it's like, okay, it's one thing to invest in the North, right? But like you're taking with one hand and giving with the other. Do both, obviously. If it's capital expenditure, it's off the balance sheet, right? This is the Conservatives. I actually didn't really plan to read the Conservative manifesto, but whatever. All right. Labour has no plan. They neither support the second phase of HS2 nor our alternative package of investment, meaning they won't back schemes that own local leaders say will transform their areas. Now, I'm prepared to believe that Labour doesn't really have a plan because Keir Starmer doesn't really have a plan, but let's wait until the Labour manifesto to evaluate that. Invest £4.7 billion for smaller cities, towns and rural areas in the North and Midlands to spend on their transport priorities. This will cut congestion and upgrade local bus and train stations. Invest a record £8 billion of investment to fulfil potholes and resurface roads. We will bring forward funding into this financial year and the next. Back our city regions with an additional £8.55 billion to spend on their local priorities. We will scrap rules that stop mayors investing in strategic roads. Deliver our plan for Northern Powerhouse Rail by bringing more frequent trains, more capacity and faster rail journeys. We have committed £12 billion on top of our HS2 savings to deliver the section of North Powerhouse Rail between Manchester and Liverpool. Savings from HS2 enable us to fund electrification to Hull and build a new station in Bradford. Boost rail connectivity in the Midlands with £1.75 billion to fund the Midlands Rail Hub in full. This will improve journey times and deliver more frequent rail services at 50 stations, benefiting over 7 million people. We will upgrade the line between Newark and Nottingham to halve journey times between Nottingham and Leeds. Provide an additional £1 billion to support the hundreds of new bus routes across the North and Midlands. Improve accessibility at 100 train stations, starting with the 50 stations announced in May. Deliver upgrades to railways in the southwest, including the line through Dawlish, the Energy Cost Line in Cumbria, and the Ely Junction scheme in East Anglia. Electrify the North Wales main line with £1 billion of investment and alleviate pinch points on the A75 between Gretna and Stranraer. Stranraer, not sure how to say that. Reopen beaching lines and stations to connect communities around the country, building on the success of the Dartmoor line in the southwest. We are committed to all the schemes set out in the Network North Command paper. This comes on top of £44 billion of funding for Network Rail over the next 5 years and our investment in the Trans-Pennine route upgrade, laying the foundations for Northern Powerhouse Rail. We will complete HS2 between London Euston and the West Midlands and support the growth of the rail freight sector. This is the thing, right? Again, I'm not mad at these things. They sound good, but there are two problems. Both of them related to HS2, right? Number one, they want to have it both ways. Instead of doing HS2, which is a waste of time, we're going to do all these measures in the north that are much better. But also, we will complete HS2 and support the growth of the freight rail sector. It's like, okay, so would it have been better to do HS2 in the north? Right? Or would it have been better to axe HS2 altogether and just do these kinds of measures across the country? The second problem that is raised by HS2 is that it was such a failure, and so they're putting out all these plans which sound okay, but I don't have any faith in the Conservative government to deliver this type of thing because they fail. High Speed 2 is like 3 times the cost that it was going to be, and it isn't even finished yet. That's probably going to rise more. They only built half of it again. So why believe them about any of this? And also, yeah, this is like, it's a good point, Ben Sharp. My brain says Ben Shapiro when I read your name, but like clearly, you know, there are loads of potholes in the UK. This is the same thing as like the growth of investment, right? It's like our investment is so low in the UK that we're gonna grow it really fast. It's like we have so many potholes that we're gonna achieve the highest rate of pothole filling in the UK. This is the Tory manifesto. Reform will scrap HS2 and the BBC. Interesting. Those are two quite different things, but yeah, interesting. We've developed, there've been so many potholes over the past fucking 15 years, and there are a lot in the UK, by the way. Like, even though I want to move away from cars, I don't think just having potholes is the way to do that, clearly. They are quite bad. So fine, fill them, but like, why didn't you fill them before? Why did they emerge? Probably because you cut so much funding for local councils. We should just binge watch John Oliver's episode on the UK election. It's much faster and less suffering. Oh. I'm sure you're not wrong. We've invested in £40 billion in England's strategic roads between 2015 and 2025, with further investment to come in the next road investment strategy, ensuring we can deliver major roads, including the Lower Thames Crossing, which they really... You know that I wouldn't... You know, I mean, there's HS2 and there's the Lower Thames Crossing, right? I wouldn't mention the Lower Thames Crossing if I were the Conservatives. They have spent so much money on it, right? This tunnel under the Thames... and it hasn't even started yet. They've really, really fucked it. I mean, at least HS2 is partially built, you know. Potholes qualifying for Reddit orphan crushing machine. Yeah. I love that. I love that subreddit. We're going to crush so many fewer orphans. Automated vehicles will be on British roads in the next Parliament thanks to our new world-leading legislation. We will support people to choose electric cars by ensuring our charging infrastructure is truly nationwide, including rapid charging and delivering the zero-emission vehicle mandate to support manufacturers and safeguard skilled British jobs. But they've already... The zero-emission... So that... Again, you know, don't even when the Conservative manifesto... starts to sound okay, you have to put it in the context of what they've actually done. And they've pushed back the date for this, right? And even businesses were, because like they were going to ban fossil fuel cars, right, by 2025, was it originally? And then they pushed it back to 2030, or maybe, I don't know if I'm getting the dates right, but Rishi Sunak was like, oh, we're not going to do that, we're going to push it back. And even the car companies were annoyed that the ban was going to happen later, which might sound counterintuitive, right? Because you think, well, they'd be like, oh, great, we can produce cars, but it's like, no, we've planned for that, right? So they just flip flop. They don't know what they're doing, and it's not even good for businesses, right? They managed to ban less than the businesses would like, believe it or not. The car businesses, the car companies want them to ban more cars than they are, right? That's how incompetent they are. Like, what a sentence that is. Back our British sustainable aviation fuel through our SAF mandate and industry-backed revenue support mechanism and investment in future aviation technology. We will support domestic flights, including through public service obligations, protecting vital routes within the UK, including to islands and remote areas. We will back our maritime sector, including shipping and ports, as it decarbonises. Recognising the current challenges with cross-Solent transport. Hey, what's cross-Solent transport? Let's find out together. Is that just a... Oh, it's just a Portsmouth. Oh, the cross-Solent swim. The Solent is just a river. Swimming across the Solent is not just another... Cross-Solent swimmer has to cross a busy shipping lane, navigate around ferries and hovercrafts. So this is like... Wait. It's a strait between the Isle of Wight and mainland Great Britain. Ah! The ports of South... That's the Solent. Okay. It's there, right? So, okay, fine. That's very specific, isn't it? We will foster our science and innovation and expertise in the space industry. Oh, great. We're going to space, are we? Why are the Conservatives called the Tories? It makes them sound like an adorable gang of children thieves. Yeah, I've always wondered that. I feel like I did learn where it came from before, but it doesn't sound like a good name, but it's what they call themselves. The 2-house limit would get laughed at, but it's the most logical step and allow for new builds to either become social housing or exclusively for first-time buyers. YouTube blocked my bitumen comment. Maybe it thought that it was a swear word, bitch. There are 80 pages. I doubt we'll make it through all of them, but I do want to read the economics bit. Artificial intelligence will accelerate human progress in the 21st century, just as the steam engine and electricity did in the 19th century. Yeah. I can't wait for a world where everything is just like mass-produced AI slop, and there's just AI sending pointless emails to each other. Everything on the internet is AI. Everything is just bots, and nothing actually fucking happens. Everything that happens is not actually done by people, and it's literally just like for the sake of revenues and content. Because that's what AI is. It's not actually artificial intelligence in the sense of like mimicking humans. If it were, and if it were managed properly, then it would produce better outcomes. It would produce a revolution, but it's not. It's just a sort of automation of corporate shit without the accountability. The AI hype is already dying down. The AI sector is like a bubble. It's bursting, right? LLMs, it's just fucking regression. It's statistics, man. We've had it for ages. I know economists say that everything is regression, but everything is regression. And like LLMs are just, I don't know, it is very similar. It's just statistical prediction and tomfoolery. It's a really sophisticated Google search engine. ChatGPT specifically, that is. LLMs can be useful. Of course they can. Of course they can. But like, is it a new industrial revolution? Certainly not the way it's heading. The UK is well positioned to spearhead. But even for AI was like build as a way to do coding. I've tried to get AI to write, like ChatGPT to write Stata code. It's fucking shit. The amount of effort I have to put in, I might as well just like write it myself. Calling it AI was a big mistake. If actual AI calls up, what will we call that? Yeah, exactly. It's not AI. I prefer just the use of the term LLM. Solar power will unlock the next industrial revolution. Yeah. Empire of the Sun. I might read that article. I agree. Solar power. I think renewable energy, and especially solar power, that's the technological revolution. If you love technology, and obviously it can be great, that's the one to look at. This AI stuff is just more tech bro fucking hype. Bullshit. Yeah, agree with that, Crunter. Cell phones are more, smartphones in particular, are more of a shift. I use it for quick questions or random ideas, but I don't think it's life-changing. Yep. The UK is well positioned to spearhead this transformation and is already leading global work on AI safety. Over the last 14 years, the Conservatives have turned the UK into a science and innovation superpower. You've got to believe that somebody is like some intern who's like, because I know people who work in politics, right? And you can, if you want to get into politics, you can end up working for a party you don't like. I want to believe that some intern is just having a bit of a laugh. They're just like, can I get this in? Well, there's no citations or sources in it anyway. So, and who's really going to fucking read it? Plus, nobody expects anything of the Conservatives. A science and innovation superpower. What's their evidence for this? Okay, let's be fair. The UK now has the highest level of direct government funding and tax support for business research and development of any country in the OECD. We pioneered the fastest development and deployment of the COVID vaccine. The UK has Europe's leading tech ecosystem. We have secured improved financial terms to join Horizon. Okay, so the vaccine, that is an accomplishment of Oxford University. I mean, we do have a good university sector, right? Also a very unequal one, but UK business research and development. The UK and EU both have massive underinvestment. Well, this is the thing. Comparing your tech sector to Europe's is like, you know, it's like me comparing my hair growth to George Galloway's. R&D data. So this is million national. These tables cover all R&D carried out in our national territory in the year concerned using various breakdowns. R&D expenditure data are expressed in million national currency, million current PPP USD, and million constant USD. By performance and the source of funds, by performance and type of expenditure, by sector of performance and type of R&D, by sector of performance and field of R&D, by sector of performance and socio-economic objective. I mean, so you can already see that, as with all of this, there are so many different measures, and I don't know that much about how to look at R&D data. It's not like the type of data that I look at, but let's just look at this one for now. Have I tried growing out my hair before? Yeah, I mean, my hair will grow. It wouldn't be like a luxurious head of hair, right? It'd be like, okay, 2015. Can I get chart? Chart easy. Not a scatter plot. Customize. Highlights. So what by sector of performance? Am I groceries on R&D? Is this across the whole? Oh, wait a second. Sometimes I've got Chrome on dark mode, and I feel like it works most of the time, but it's still in beta. Japan, Korea. Bloody hell! This is Israel? Israel's quite high because they've got quite a big tech sector. You can't. Okay, this is so difficult to read. We're gonna have to go back to a table, right? So let's just stick to. Let's do 2019. That seems like a fair place to look. So, can I? Total sources of funds. Can I order it by just by amount? Overview, no. Time period, reference area, sector of performance, sources of funds. All right, I'm going to have to do the dreaded thing of actually reading the table using my own brain. Gross domestic expenditure by performance. So do I not want to scale this by GDP? Gross research broken down by sector of performance, higher education, and source of funds. Observation. So this is like what? National currency millions. So it's like 36 billion. 12 billion in Austria. Where's the UK? So we've got 59 billion, I think, there. So they're comparing only to the OECD, which is interesting because it's very high for Russia, right? Is that $1 trillion? And very high for Japan and Korea. I mean, it's not, again, so just to go back to this, right? Watch the wording. The UK now has the highest level of direct government funding and tax support for business research and development of any country in the OECD. So that's not the highest rate of R&D in the OECD. It's not even close. Direct government funding and tax support for business research specifically, right? So, you know, it doesn't necessarily tell you how well we're doing on the R&D. I do feel like this is a set of charts that aren't necessarily I'm not that familiar with, so I don't want to like mislead anybody or anything. But it doesn't. I'm interested in what, because presumably the OECD, the people who gather the data for the OECD, aren't stupid. I'm interested in why this isn't as a share of GDP, because there must be a reason, right? But the UK, yeah, 59. Israel, 76. Why is it so high in Hungary? I mean, these, so sources of funds, so government. Let's see if we can replicate their finding. Direct government funding and tax support for business research. Direct government. Business enterprise sector. Layout. Table preview. Time period ascending. Row sections, reference area. Columns. Yeah, I don't think you can do it in order easily. So what's this? Is this really high in the UK? 59. I mean, I don't know. Again, Hungary is higher. And I've restricted it to what they said. Do I need to... no, because it refreshed when I clicked it, right? No, but these numbers are the same, so they haven't... I need to press something. Where are we? Oh, my bad. It's below, isn't it? So, okay, here we are. Sorry, yeah, we weren't on the right one. Okay, so now we're on, I think, direct government support for business expenditure in the OECD only. 2526. But what? Turkey's higher. Just next to it. I only had to go up one. And Turkey's higher. You guys probably can't quite see that, sorry. Right? What's this? Provisional value. This is 2019, right? Has it gone up loads? I mean, it's patchy as hell. I presume this would be where they get their data from, because this is the OECD itself. But this is low, right? Although they said rate. But our GDP will be higher than Turkey's anyway, right? So they did say rate. So it's not rate, but look at careers. I don't understand what the fuck they're talking about, right? Anyway, whatever. I'm not that bothered. Change unit of... It is in USD for all. I think it was. It's so high in Hungary because we're embezzling it. Yeah, I mean, I think we're embezzling some of it in the UK as well, to be fair. Not you still using that table instead of downloading. I didn't want to spend that much time on that anyway. All right. Increase public spending on R&D to 22 billion a year, up from 20 billion this year. Maintain our R&D tax reliefs. Recent changes worth 80 million a year have simplified and improved R&D tax reliefs, including by bringing more SMEs into the scope of the relief. Continue investing over $1.5 billion in large-scale compute clusters, assembling the raw processing power so we can take advantage of the potential of AI and support research into its safe and responsible use. Providing a £4.5 billion commitment to secure strategic manufacturing sectors, including automotive, aerospace, life sciences, and clean energy. Build on the success of our 9 specialist catapults. I wish they were actual catapults. Support innovation and de-risk the transition from research and delivery, distributing £1.6 billion of funding across the country by 2028. Right. I mean, embezzlement is a form of stimulus. To be fair, like corrupt countries with really corrupt sectors did actually grow quite well. The South Korea was really corrupt, right? But they had quite a lot of growth. But I'm not 100% sure that reducing corruption necessarily results in low growth. Oh, were they actually in different countries? Am I a fucking idiot? Sorry. Okay, let's go back to this, because I thought it was... Oh, for God's sake. Oh, shit. Yeah, you're right. That's why it's so fucking confusing. Right. Okay, nice one. Sorry, price base. Okay. So I can't... Okay, so maybe we can replicate their thing. Maybe we can replicate it. Let's have a look. So we're in 2019 again. I mean, still. Yeah, let's just correct this, because it was misleading to look at that previous graph. Korea is still above the UK, right? In terms of, this is just R&D, general expenditure. Oh, no, it's not. Sorry, this is the direct government support for business enterprise. So South Korea is still higher. It is the only one that's... I mean, maybe... Are they going... Should we go 2022? 4... Oh, that's gone up a bit there. But Korea's gone up too. France is close. I'm not sure the statement is correct. And if you take out the... Is this... Okay. It is PPP converted now. Yeah, for some reason, I think... I read earlier that it was like US, and then I sort of, wasn't paying attention enough. But yeah, look. So this is R&D overall. And you got obviously like... But I don't know if the rates... I mean, they talk about the rate, right? So maybe their thing is technically true, but like the R&D in our country isn't especially good. It's like you have to select a very specific measure. We are proud to be the leading market for starting and growing a fintech firm, part of our world-leading financial and professional services, which supports the employment of almost 2.5 million people. We will build on the policies set out in the Edinburgh reforms so that the UK continues to be the world's most innovative and competitive global financial centre. We will support the City of London's position as the leading global market through the implementation of the Mansion House reforms and measures such as a retail sale of NatWest shares. We will maintain the highest standards of consumer protection and prudential regulation to ensure there can never be a repeat of the banking crisis under the last Labour government. It's interesting because they did talk about loosening financial regulations in the previous part. The UK car industry is the jewel of our manufacturing crown. Okay, there's no crown. Let's just make that clear. Even if it is a jewel. Last year, the UK built over 1 million vehicles and secured 23.7 billion of private and public investment. We secured a £4 billion investment in a new battery gigafactory to be built in Somerset, safeguarding the future of the Jaguar Land Rover plant in the West Midlands for decades to come. Contrary to dire warnings that Brexit would lead to major brands leaving our shores, Nissan is delivering up to 2 billion of new investment to produce two new electric vehicle models in Sunderland, and BMW made a £600 million investment to produce iconic all-electric Mini Coopers in Oxfordshire. Well, okay. So again, right, you want to look at overall investment, right? So it's easy to cherry pick companies who I do. There's a lot of politics over like Nissan in particular, and the Conservatives might have like incentivized and goaded certain companies to invest in certain times. So yeah, like I can believe that. Well, I mean, clearly those things did happen. They did invest, but what's about overall investment? What was claimed, business investment is down 20% since Brexit. Business investment has fallen by 6% in real terms since 2016, right? So yeah, it's not 20%. Daily Mirror said it was 20% down, but it's actually 6%. The data shows the amount of business investment. For these reasons, the ONS recommends the data to compare investment over time. According to the figures published, it is decreased. So here's business investment growth. E-reference. So you can see it's kind of going up here in billions. And that, so bear in mind, this is in billions. This is not adjusted for the size of the economy. So it's going up kind of in line with the economy, right, and the population. Then it flatlines in absolute terms, actually declines slightly in real terms. Drops during the COVID pandemic, slightly increasing back again. Look how fast business investment is growing since the pandemic, everyone. Wow. We are really lucky to be here. LLM might be shit, but if we let it write the manifesto, it would be more factually correct. Yeah. I mean, this is one of the things, isn't it? When you're like, I've talked about this with like my friends in real life, and you're like, yeah, AI is going to produce a load of fucking crappy, inaccurate slop. But then you're like, well, isn't that kind of just where the world's headed anyway? You know, AI is just going to accelerate it. Also, by the way, I like how they started this by like name dropping AI, and there's just nothing about it in here. Not yet, anyway. So we will always back our world-leading automotive industry, which faces unprecedented competition from China in the electric vehicles market. We stand ready to support domestic car manufacturers if there is evidence other countries are breaking global trade rules. So, I mean, it wouldn't be a fucking right-wing manifesto without a bit of yellow fever, would it? Jesus Christ. So there is that video. Has anyone seen that video where the Chinese, I think he's a Chinese politician of some kind or a commentator, is saying, look, you know, the UK and Britain need to stop thinking that they're big deals. We're not competing with them in the electric vehicle market. We don't think of them as competitors. They're not leading the world on anything. They're not leading the world on AI. You know, China is, right? So the UK has this kind of delusion that like we're going to face a trade war with China. It's like China doesn't notice us, right? But they notice the US and breaking global economic trade rules. I mean, quite clearly, right? So to be clear, global economic trade rules are kind of shit in a number of ways. I'm fine with breaking them, but like the USA is probably breaking them with the IRA and like its various investments. It's really unfair. I mean, it's always been unfair. It's not like the Western countries have ever practiced what they preached. Free trade would be one thing if the biggest advocates of it actually did what they said they were going to do, but it's never been that. It's always been unfair. Notice me, China senpai. Yeah, exactly. Literally. It is literally that. UK is a global exporting superpower and is the 4th biggest exporter in the world, having overtaken France, the Netherlands, and Japan. Is that including services? You know, this would be faster if they had citations. I actually can't believe the manifesto doesn't have citations. Okay. Can it maintain this? UK business is beaming with pride in the recent news of the country's emergence as the 4th largest exporter in the world. It jumped 3 places. This pride is justified, as there have been many challenges along the way, especially in the wake of Brexit. With the dust settling, the UK was embarking on an uncertain journey, but with the newfound autonomy, the UK decided to chart its own course in the international space. The break from the EU trading bloc meant a departure from established trade agreements and regulations, leading to a revaluation of economic policies and partnerships. So how did the UK get from a place of uncertainty to the 4th largest exporter in the world? Untangling what export means is a good way to start. In simple terms, export means taking goods or services made in one country and sending them to another country to be sold or traded. Yes, I know. The 2 main categories that split goods and services, right? It is services as well. Exporting is a fundamental aspect and it allows us to exchange goods and services that they specialise in producing for those that they do not. Fucking hell, is this like baby's first exports and imports? The Trans-Pacific Partnership. The growth is evident in the service sector while the goods sector lags, especially this time last year. This concern was highlighted by the Bank of England. The export of vehicles and aerospace equipment from brands like Land Rover and Rolls-Royce have contributed extensively to the UK export figures, but the dominance of the service category is evident in the tourism and professional sectors such as higher education, architecture and insurance, and particularly in financial services. In the same March meeting, the BAE noted that service exports grew in value primarily due to prices, as volumes grew only slightly, right? So the price, oh, for fuck's sake, it's worse than you think, right? So it's just interesting, right, the framing. So they talk about Jaguar and Nissan, and they're like, British business is doing well, even though business investment has actually declined since Brexit. And then they say we're the 4th biggest exporter in the world. Now, a quick reader might be thinking, oh, we're exporting all these cars loads, but no, it's services. And with services, yeah, okay, look, we've got a very good education sector. We've got a really good tourist sector. A lot of people visit the UK, you know, for the castles and shit. And then we've got a really good financial services sector, which they have mentioned. They have mentioned that. But the picture painted here with like goods being exported is not what's happening. And also, the cost of living crisis and inflation has just led to increases in the prices of these exports. So it's like with goods, it's like, yeah, we are exporting more cars. You can measure physical volume, but it's not like it's just it's a bit more run together for services, right? So it's potentially just that they're charging more. Since leaving the EU, the UK has negotiated trade agreements with several countries, allowing organisations to increase their reach through global supply chains. And there are ongoing discussions with Turkey on a modernised trade deal targeting the services sector. Brexit happened in January 2020, and the UK's export figures saw a decline that year, with figures dropping from 707 billion in 2019 to 625 billion. But there has been a steady rise with exports. Yeah, right. Okay, so again, they dropped, then rose. Story of the Tories' life. It's hard to say whether the UK can sustain this trajectory. The rate of exported goods declined in 2023 compared to 2022, and some trading agreements are expiring. There is also the perennial threat of cheaper goods flooding export locations. Yeah, so again, the context tells you that it's a bit of a mixed picture. Castles and shit should be a thing. Yeah, the UK is totally going to get a better deal than the EU bloc. Yeah, imagine sharing, imagine trading with countries that you have a lot of historical connections with, that are right next to you, that generally speaking speak your language, that have harmonized regulations, free movement of people and of companies. Imagine if we could get a trade deal like that. That'd just be perfect, wouldn't it? Having left the EU, we have seized the opportunity to negotiate trade deals that suit the UK, boosting our exports and creating jobs at home. So again, this is very similar to the High Speed 2 point, right? It's like, having not done High Speed 2, we're now going to do other stuff instead to replace what we've lost. UK exports are growing, reaching 850 billion last year, and service exports are at an all-time high. We've secured trade deals with 73 countries, plus the EU, and last year we removed... Plus the EU. I love that. I love this. Oh my God. Guys. Chat, is this real? Having left the EU, we have secured trade deals with 73 countries, plus the EU. Not sure what to say, really. Last year we removed £1 million of trade barriers every single hour. I love how that's one of those statistics that just, it has no context. Like, it doesn't really mean anything. Like it's like how many things happen, you know? There are, you know, or like that Simpsons thing where she's like, you know, try this lotion, it has 60 ingredients. It's like I don't know what that means. Last year, we signed a deal to join the Comprehensive and Progressive Agreement for Trans-Pacific Partnership, a modern and ambitious trade deal spanning economies across Asia and the Pacific. With the UK as a member, it will account for 15% of global GDP, and in time is expected to boost UK GDP by around $2 billion a year. I mean, is the EU in this agreement? All right, it's not. Why isn't the EU in it? Oh, wait. Oh, it's one of the largest free trade areas, along with Canada Agreement, the European Single Market. It's quite weird, though, isn't it? Because do you notice something about this? This map, right? Who are the outliers here? Who aren't connected to the Pacific Ocean? It's named after the Pacific Ocean. We're not in the Pacific Ocean. It's just like, so I tell you what I would rate is if the picture just had the UK like here. We should just the Tory manifesto should just have the UK like in the middle here. The Ukraine are in it as well. I guess that's like a wartime thing, right? With the UK as a member, it will account for 15% of global GDP. But it's like that. How much of that is the UK? You know what I mean? It's just every sentence, guys. Every sentence. The UK identifies as Pacific, yeah. I am slightly wary of identifies as jokes, but I feel like they could have been funny if they weren't completely fucking ruined by transphobes, you know what I mean? Like if they were done in a nice, cute way. Which I hope people will accept that one was. Anyway, we will complete free trade agreements with India and with the Gulf Cooperation Council, home to some of the world's biggest investors. And we will continue to pursue free trade agreements with countries such as Israel and Switzerland. It's just like there are lots of countries in the world, it turns out, and we're going to try and get deals with some of them. Countries such as Israel and Switzerland. You know, words such as and trying and effervescent Our trade and cooperation agreement is the most comprehensive free trade agreement the EU has ever agreed. We would, except what? Except for the EU itself being a free trade zone. Okay. We will not agree to anything in the forthcoming review of the TSA that would infringe our legal sovereignty being in the EU didn't actually infringe your legal sovereignty technically, by the way, but whatever. Or involve submission to the CJEU or dynamic alignment. The CJEU was there. A Canadian radio station. Hey, now we've made a deal with the Canadian radio station. Oh, the Court of Justice, of course. Of course. We will take a tough approach on ensuring that the EU are meeting their commitments under the TCA and are not discriminating against our exporters. We have always been clear. The NHS and the services it provides are not on the table in trade negotiations. All food and drink products imported into the UK, including those from countries which have trade agreements, must comply with the UK's high standards. So, you guys realise that there was an outbreak of E. coli in the UK recently because of bad food regulation. And one person died over Christmas because of cheese. I know because my family actually had a cheese board that contained like some of the cheeses that potentially had E. coli in it, and we were all like, we were all okay, but one person in Scotland died, I think, and I don't know what's happened since then, but there's been further E. coli outbreaks. We love a bit of E. coli, we do in the UK. The Tories are committed to the preservation of E. coli. Can the UK have a free movement with the Anglosphere? I mean, that'd be nice, right? I don't think with a Trump USA, I don't think so. The US is our single largest trading partner. We have signed the Atlantic Declaration and deals with 8 US states, including Florida and Texas. Only the best states. Only the best states, guys. Florida and Texas. We're now officially partnered with Ron DeSantis, So the only condition is that we have to ban any mention of same-sex relationships from our schools. But it's going to increase GDP anyway. And we will look to agree a free trade agreement with the US when they are ready to do so. Were we unable to get trade agreements with other countries before? Genuine question. I feel like the answer could be yes. Yeah, bilateral trade agreements. Because the EU did have its own deal, right? So we were absorbed into the EU, then the EU had trade agreements with everybody else. But whether these bilateral trade agreements are better, I mean, certainly, there's a delay, right? It's like we were trading with these countries, and yeah. Have we just pulled out of a US trade deal? Have we? I don't know. Oh, Biden quietly shelves trade pact with UK before 2024 elections. Quietly shelved plans for a foundational trade agreement with the UK following Senate opposition and disagreements over the scope of the deal. I don't think we're going to see that re-emerge, said one of the people briefed on proposed negotiations. Why is that absent from the Tory manifesto? I mean, Texas may be doing okay economically, but I'm not sure about socially, politically. Using our Brexit freedoms to deliver regulatory reform. Conservatives believe in reducing the burden of regulation, freeing up businesses to thrive. We want small businesses free to innovate, balanced with proportionate protections for consumers and working people. We will never introduce Labour's package of French-style union rules, which are a threat to jobs, our competitiveness, and our economy. Isn't France doing relatively well? Plus, they have like 2-hour lunches and shit. We will go further to transform the UK regulatory landscape, making sure regulators deliver the best outcomes for businesses, consumers, and the environment. Thanks to Brexit, we have taken back control of our laws and freed British businesses from unnecessary burdens. We have legislated to remove the principle of EU law supremacy and have undertaken a root and branch review of the more than 6,000 laws we had inherited from the EU. We have already repealed or reformed over 2,000 EU laws, and by July 2026, we will have repealed or reformed over half the entire stock of EU law we inherited. Only the Conservatives will keep on removing EU laws from our statute book. Our smarter regulation approach has already saved 50 million hours of administrative time for businesses, saving them an estimated £1 billion. Again, it's just like, by who? Like, oh. We've already repealed or reformed over 2,000 EU laws. Right. And over half the entire stock of EU... Oh, sorry, I already fucking read that paragraph. You can tell I'm getting tired. We have also used post-Brexit tax freedoms, including introducing VAT-free installations of energy-efficient materials and replacing complex EU alcohol duty rates. And to protect our pubs... Hey! We maintain our Brexit pubs guarantee. That means the duty on drinks on draft, such as beer and cider, will be less than in supermarkets. Wouldn't be Britain if you couldn't go down the pub, would it, mate? Cutting government bureaucracy. We will make government more efficient, cut waste, and attract the best and brightest by returning the civil service to its pre-pandemic size to pay for our commitment to increase defense spending. Oh, good. Yeah, let's get rid of everything except the military. Fantastic. Halving the amount of taxpayers' money spent on external consultants. Whoa. Okay. All right. Now they're talking my language. Now, I don't know if any of you saw my interview with Rosie Collington, who wrote The Big Con. But I'm into this. I'm into that. External consultants, that's come out of nowhere. I think that's their influence, actually, Mariana Mazzucato and Rosie Collington. We will introduce controls on all equality, diversity, and inclusion initiatives and spending. Why? Why have them? You don't need them. Bring Quango spending under control. Okay, basically every government said that for 30 years. Since Quangos were invented sort of in the past 20, 30 years. Moving 25,000 more civil servants outside of London, building on successes like the Darlington Economic Campus and hubs in Stoke-on-Trent and Wolverhampton. Okay, I'd like that. I honestly think that's good. The UK is obviously way too London-centric. Opening up civil service recruitment by requiring jobs to be advertised externally to identify the best candidates. Doubling digital and AI expertise in the civil service to take advantage of the latest technologies to transform public services. Well, at least if you outsource public services to to AI instead of consultants, then there's less accountability, even less. These reforms will allow us to achieve a significant productivity boost in Whitehall. Okay, so I feel like I'm flogging a dead horse here, but why haven't you done it before? You've been in power for 14 fucking long, stagnant years. If we returned public sector productivity to pre-pandemic levels, that would deliver up to 20 billion of annual savings. Well, what do you mean by savings? They keep doing it, don't they? That we've fallen down here, but we're going to rise back up to where we were. That's literally half of this fucking manifesto so far. Filling in the potholes. Stop putting orphans in the orphan killing machine. Using the money that you saved by abandoning your biggest rail project to do something else. The NHS Productivity Plan shows that public sector can set out detailed plans for achieving a step change in productivity, so we will require all departments to deliver plans for 2% annual productivity growth at the next spending review. It's also with public sector productivity, it's really difficult to measure, right? Because in a traditional sort of manufacturing role. It's like we're producing so many cars of a given quality. Easy to see when there's an increase in productivity. Even in some service jobs, you can think of an increase in productivity, like data entry or something, you know. But with public services, it's really difficult because, like, what does it mean for the productivity of school teachers to increase? Like, more students, because class size and education quality are inversely related, right? So then you might have a measure and they might say, oh, we've got test scores. But, you know, as they say, once you have a measure becomes a target, it ceases to be a good measure. So then you just end up teaching to the test and neglecting like things that aren't maths or English, because they seem to be very focused on maths or English scores. You know what I mean? So I don't know, what is these 2% annual productivity growth? Let me just look up what they actually mean by this, if they mean anything. Okay, so we've got this ONS measure. Grew by an average of 0.2% per year between 1997 and 2019. Okay, so regardless of where you stand on this measure, do you really think that of all governments, the Conservatives led by Rishi fucking Sunak are going to be able to increase the growth rate, the historic growth rate, tenfold? So 2% per year. They said that, right? Annual product. I mean, that is pie in the sky. How is it? Compound annual growth rates, which smooths out growth rates. Oh no, but that's just how they adjust it, right? What the outputs are, they include quality adjustment. I mean, these things are just like such a statistical construct, you know what I mean? Like all of the assumptions they've made about what counts as quality care, what counts as productivity, like what is the output of a public service? Often, like, is it like patients healed for a hospital? A dynamic regression. So inputs and output. I mean, I need to see some more on how this is measured, but I don't think it's too important. Let's just assume public sector service growth is a thing. It averaged 0.2% a year for the past 30 years, the past 25 years. They're not going to get it to 2% a year, are they? But it contains a lot of assumptions, right? Like, can we handle any more? Are we able to handle any more? I feel like I've had enough of fact-checking this fucking nonsense. I might move on to the Labour manifesto, but I'm going to eat something first. Okay. We're going to BRB. We're back. We're back. We're sustained. Oh, what's for lunch? I just had hummus with pita bread. Yeah, I mean, so this manifesto is to sum up the Conservatives, because I'm not going to read the whole thing. They're not even going to get into power. I'm actually more interested in Labour's. To sum it up, I would say that they are cherry-picking statistics quite a lot. When you look at it, places like fact checkers like Full Fact have been pretty clear that they're taking them out of context. If you look at the ONS press releases, they get them from there. They're definitely cherry-picked. There's also a quite specific way that they're cherry-picking, which recurs throughout, and that's that they're taking the recovery after a downturn, for instance, a pandemic, right, or a cost of living crisis, and being like, inflation fell or growth and investment have risen. Or they take the investment in the UK and they're like, it's rising faster than anywhere else, but they've missed that it's rock bottom in the first place. So they do that, and relatedly, they're like, we've abandoned high speed too, and therefore we are able to invest all of this. And it's like, yeah, that's because you abandoned high speed too, right? So basically, it's for the crap. They're not going to win the election. They're horrible, horrible people with bad ideas. Okay, next. Good thing we won't get any of that anymore. Horrible people with bad ideas. Oh, hey, Keir. I was trying to debate why he puts himself in pictures so much, because he doesn't like... I'm not trying to be mean, but he's not exactly photogenic, is he? And they're not the best pictures of him. So I don't know if it's like a deliberate strategy just to make him look like ordinary. But like, yeah, I don't know. He just looks a bit gormless there, doesn't he? Can I... Oh, okay, so this is actually a website. What? Why is it just full of pictures of him? This election is about change. A chance to stop the endless Conservative chaos that has directly harmed the finances of every family in Britain. A moment where we can turn the page on a set of ideas that, over 14 years, have consistently left us more vulnerable in an increasingly volatile world, and an opportunity to begin the work of national renewal. A rebuilding of our country so that it once again serves the interests of working people. Every great nation is held together by shared beliefs. To outsiders, they may not seem exceptional or distinctive, but they are essential for a sense of collective national purpose. Britain is no different. But at this moment, two of our most important beliefs are in grave danger. First, that politics should be driven by a sense of service to the country, not considerations of party or self-interest. Second, that if you work hard, then, whoever you are, wherever you started in life, Britain is a country that will respect your contribution and give you a fair chance to get on. When I consider these beliefs, that this fucking video is like giving me epilepsy. When I consider these beliefs, it's hard not to think back to my childhood. Then, as now, Britain's place in the world was uncertain. Then, as now, our economy was gripped by stuttering growth and a cost of living crisis that hurt working people. Yet back then, there was at least a degree of security in being able to take those two fundamental beliefs for granted. For families like mine, this was a comfort. Oh wait, we need to zoom in a bit, don't we? The knowledge that Britain would offer your children a better future gave us hope. A hope that may not sound high-minded or particularly idealistic, but which families like mine could build a life around. To restore this hope, we must first end the conservative chaos. The visible decline in our communities, families weighed down by soaring mortgages, people waiting on trolleys in A&E, sewage in our rivers, is not an accident. Rather, it is a direct result of a governing party that, time and time again, puts its own interests and obsessions above the issues that affect families. The result is a vicious cycle, decline feeding off chaos, chaos to feeding off decline, that will continue if they return for 5 more years. Only a Labour government can break this cycle and stop the chaos. We must turn the page decisively on the conservative ideas that have caused the chaos. The world has become increasingly volatile, with a major war in Europe for the first time in a generation, and ever greater threats to the living standards of working people. This age of insecurity requires the government to step up, not stand aside. This means a return... keep getting bubbles in my throat. This means a return to the foundations of good government: national security, secure borders, and economic stability. But it also requires an enduring partnership with business to deliver the economic growth we need. It needs more focus on long-term strategy, not the short-term distractions that can animate Westminster. And it demands a final and total rejection of the toxic idea that economic growth is gifted from the few to the many. Because whether it is crashing the pound to give tax cuts to the richest 1%, degrading public services because of a mess made by the banks, or the failure to invest in clean British energy that left us exposed when Putin invaded Ukraine, so much of what Britain has been through in the past 14 years is explained by a conservative failure to face the future. Only Labour can turn the page. We must rebuild our country. It will not be easy, not only because there is no quick fix to the mess the Conservatives have made, but also because their failures have sapped our collective confidence that Britain can still achieve great things. I reject this with every fibre of my being. Despite all the chaos inflicted on Britain, the country I see is one where working people never let each other down. They came together in the pandemic, missed weddings, funerals, and last goodbyes to save the lives of the people they will never meet. They dug deep in the years of austerity to keep delivering the public services people needed. And throughout the cost of living crisis, they found a way to support those less fortunate than themselves. We are still a great nation. We can achieve great things. What we lack is a government that can match the ambition working people have for their family and community, with a credible long-term plan. This manifesto is that plan, fully costed, fully funded, built on a rock of fiscal responsibility. At its heart are 5 national missions, with clear first steps to begin the journey of rebuilding that provide a clear destination for everyone invested in Britain's future. A new Britain, where wealth is created in every community, where the golden opportunity of clean British power is harnessed for lower bills, where your town centre has been revitalised and everyone feels safe to walk the streets, and everybody is your best friend. It doesn't actually say that. Where you can go to work and know you will be treated with dignity and respect. Where our children are equipped with the skills to thrive in the future. Where our NHS is once again at the cutting edge of healthcare. And where we show that politics can be about serving the country. I know some people will roll their eyes at this last sentence, yet serving our country is the only reason I came into politics. The defining purpose of my Labour leadership has been to drag my party away from the dead end of gesture politics and return it once more to the service of working people. I have changed my party. Now I want the chance to bring that change to the country. But to succeed we need everyone, every community to play their part. I know, after everything you have been through in the past 14 years, that this is a hard request to make. But I also expect deep down that you know this is what our country needs now, an end to the chaos, a turning of the page, and a patient but determined rebuilding of our country. So I invite you to join us in this common endeavour of national renewal. It's time to change Britain. Okay, so obviously that is written that was written a lot better than Rishi Sunak's introduction. He can string a sentence together, Keir Starmer, and he's definitely right about the Conservatives. Whether they will actually do anything good is another matter, isn't it? Yeah, he's a bit. This is the thing that makes me think that he's not joking with all these weird pictures of himself. I think he's all about change and stuff. And it's like Obama did that in 2008, mate. Like, I think he genuinely thinks he's quite an inspiring figure. Deliver economic stability, cut NHS waiting times, launch your new border security command, set up Great British Energy, crack down on antisocial behaviour, recruit 6,500 new teachers. Oh, God. The thing, when you get into the meat of it, it just sounds a bit like the Tory manifesto. Deliver economic stability with tough spending rules so we can grow our economy and keep taxes, inflation and mortgages as low as possible. None of that follows. I'm going to let you in on a little secret, guys. I kind of enjoyed the opening statement. I thought it was well written. It hit some of the right notes. There were bits I didn't like, but I don't know. I was like, yeah, let's get the Tories out. I was kind of with him for the most part. Tough spending rules so we can grow our economy. No. Tough spending rules are likely to shrink the economy. Keep taxes, inflation and mortgages as low as possible. I like how this is also like... This is just like all the good things, isn't it? It's just like, we're going to get the good outcomes all together. You just trust us. Trust us. Trust me, bro. Cut NHS waiting times with 40,000 more appointments each week during evenings and weekends, paid for by cracking down on tax avoidance and non-dom loopholes. All right. We like it. Launch a new border security command with hundreds of new specialist investigators and use counter-terror powers to smash criminal boat gangs. Pardon me, everyone. Sorry for that. Socially conservative and economically controlled. I mean, yeah. This, like, counter-terror powers. Criminal boat gangs. Like, what is this fucking boat rhetoric? Five times reform misled UK voters in its election contract launch. Oh right, no, that's correcting reform, really. To what extent are these boat gangs? How real are these boat gangs? I mean, I have to admit, I haven't. I don't know that much about it. Sir Keir Starmer is seeking a deal with Europol for future Labour governments to try and stop gangs bringing in people across the channel in small boats. The Labour leader, who is in The Hague for talks with the EU agency, said smashing the gangs should be treated on par with terrorism. Any migrant returns deal may require the UK accepting migrants from the EU. The government claims a returns policy could lead to the UK taking 100,000 illegal migrants every year. Home Secretary Suella Braverman wrote on X, formerly known on Twitter, that Sir Keir would agree to make Britain the dumping ground for many of the millions of illegal migrants that Europe doesn't want. The dumping ground. Oh my God, I can't even start with the rhetoric about immigrants in this country. I like how we think of ourselves as less racist than the USA as well. It's like, no, we're not. Sir Keir said it was embarrassing the government is pumping out this nonsense, and his discussions were focused on sharing information on people smuggling gangs to stop boats getting on the water in the first place. It ought to be the UK government who decides who comes to the UK. But at the moment, because the government has lost control, it's those that are running the gangs that are putting people in boats to cross the channel. That's why I'm here at Europol saying how we can have better agreements to share intelligence, have joint operations to take these gangs down. I mean, yeah, like sharing intelligence with other countries, and I don't know. Yeah, it's not a stupid policy if the gangs are real. It's better than just being sort of reactive, I suppose. He also said that a Labour government would end the use of hotels for asylum seekers within 12 months of coming to office. In a bid to clear the backlog of asylum cases, Labour has said it would recruit an additional 1,000 Home Office caseworkers, establishing new asylum courts to speed up legal challenges and create a returns unit to accelerate the removal of failed asylum seekers. I like how much they spend, how many resources they expend to, like, stop immigration, which isn't even a negative anyway. At a time of austerity and balanced budgets, everyone accepts the need for a new EU-wide returns agreement. The Labour leader has suggested he may be willing to accept a quota of migrants in the UK in exchange for a deal. When pressed by reporters on Thursday morning, Sir Keir would not give a number of asylum seekers he would be happy to take in under a deal. That is classic Keir Starmer. Tries to talk the talk, licks his finger and puts it in the wind, whichever way the political winds are going. Yes, Labour are going to do that. But then when actually he's pressed, like, he can't say, we can't. That's not what I'm talking about. I don't know what I'm actually going to do. The actual solution is to remove the demand for smuggling by opening up safe and legal routes. Well, wouldn't it be? Wouldn't it be the day? What the 100,000 figure is based on proposed EU rules setting migrant quotas. We wouldn't be bound by these because we're not a member of the EU. Stopping the boats. In total, 45,755 migrants crossed the channel in 2022, the highest number since figures began to be collected in 2018. So far this year, 23,382 people have made the crossing, according to the latest figures. There's nothing about whether these are actually criminal gangs. It's just assumed that they are. It's absolutely absurd. I just can't believe the state of the debate on immigration in this country. It's horrible. There's nothing proving that they're dangerous. Like, the essence of, like, reactionary conservatism is to be like, this thing is happening that I'm not familiar with and don't like. It must be the result of nefarious actors, criminals, dishonest people, bad morality, horrible foreigners, whatever. Like, obviously, if more people are coming across, maybe they need to. Jesus Christ, fuck you. Right, whatever. Stupid country. Set up Great British Energy, a publicly owned and clean power company, to cut bills for good and boost energy security paid for by a windfall tax on oil and gas giants. All right. We like that. We actually, I'm big on that. Crack down on antisocial behaviour with more neighbourhood police paid for by ending wasteful contracts, tough new penalties for offenders, and a new network of youth hubs. Youth hubs? A youth program that will tackle knife crime and address rising mental health issues. Okay. I mean, at least they've got that in there, even though they're a bit... And also, what do they mean by wasteful contracts? Hello, Atom. Up and at them. I like how when I try to get to the bottom of it, it just links back to the manifesto. It's just like a fucking loop. So I'm just... Contracts. What contracts are the wasteful ones? No, go away, Conservative Manifesto. We're finished with you. Finished with your party. Nationwide standards for procurement and establish shared services and specialist functions to reduce cost. Wasteful police procurement. What is this a... Is this a thing? This is so random. How fresh a approach. So what's this? Police digital service. When was this written? Maybe it's a thing. Maybe it's a thing. I don't want to get too bogged down in like specifically, but it just caught my eye because I was like, oh, well, at least it's okay. So the crackdown on antisocial behaviour is like more police through money saving, tough new penalties for offenders, and a new network of youth hubs. So yeah, obviously it's still buying into the sort of narrative of you know, persecuting offenders as much as possible in a way, but there is at least a carrot there, right? There's the sticks are there, but with the Conservatives it's only sticks. With Labour you've got carrots, you've got the network of youth hubs, because I do think that's been a big factor. Those have declined so much since the Tories came into power. Yeah, I really don't. Yeah, I mean, I don't believe that they can cut waste. But whatever. Recruit 6,500 new teachers in key subjects to set children up for life. Work in the future, paid for by ending tax breaks for private schools. I am so up for ending tax breaks for private schools, to be fair. I mean, I like this. I kind of like this. I mean, the border stuff is just sociopathic, as far as I'm concerned. So, can you stop? Is this... Mission-driven government? I do feel like Mariana Mazzucato has had quite a big impact, right? Because she's been advocating mission-driven government. No, wait. Where is it? Where is it? Oh, here it is. And she is based, right, in the UK. So, look. Ooh, mission economy. So this was released in, like, what, 2018, I think? Oh, 2020. Yeah. A moonshot guide to changing capitalism. So, I do a mission-driven government. I feel like that's... and she uses the example of the moon landing, right? It does seem, yeah, quite influenced by that. Ending the Conservative chaos is vital, but turning the page with a new government is not in itself enough to tackle the deep-rooted challenges our country now faces. To rebuild Britain, we need to change how Britain is governed. For too long, Britain has been held back by governments that, because they lack a relentless focus on long-term ends, are buffeted about by events. Politics has enormous potential to change lives for the better, but too often different parts of the government have pursued their own narrow goals rather than working together. Government is at its best when working in partnership with business, trade unions, civil society, faith groups and community. But without a shared project, those partnerships barely get off the ground. So, as well as a new administration with new priorities, Britain needs a new approach: mission-driven government. Mission-driven government means raising our sights as a nation and focusing on ambitious, measurable, long-term objectives that provide a driving sense of purpose for the country. It means a new way of doing government that is more joined up, pushes power out to communities and harnesses new technology, all with one aim in mind: to put the country back in the service of working people. Labour's 5 missions to rebuild Britain. Kickstart economic growth. To secure the high sustained growth in the G7 with good jobs and productivity growth in every part of the country, making everyone, not just a few, better off. So this isn't a real target, right? Like, as in, you know...
Despite reform, but what's your thoughts on their Bank of England plan? Kinda good idea. Hope Labour pick it up. Love the vids and insights.
Thank you very much, Vispian. I think we're going to have to do reform tomorrow. I actually haven't looked into it. I think what I'm going to do is kind of Labour, Conservatives today, and then tomorrow I'll do Lib Dems and Reform and maybe Green as well. And then the day after that, it's the bloody election. But yeah, quickly, what is the reform? Reform UK announced plans to squeeze a bit of extra money out of the banking system on Monday. Could stop paying interest on the remaining £700 billion of commercial bank deposits created through quantitative easing. By paying a bank rate on those reserves, it's having to transfer money over to the commercial banks. Cutting interest rates payments on those deposits is not a hugely radical suggestion. 2 former Bank of England governors and the former Prime Minister Gordon Brown have suggested the entire cost of QE could be reduced by moving to a tiered system of reserves. That would mean some portion of commercial bank deposits would not receive any interest. The European Central Bank stopped paying interest on a very small portion, around 1% of that bank deposits. However, stopping interest payments entirely, as Tice wants to, is much more radical and much more dangerous. First, it would raise very big questions for the effectiveness of monetary policy. By stopping all interest payments to commercial banks, the Bank of England would effectively be left with a policy lever which is not attached to anything in the real economy. Paying bank rate on reserves anchors the implementation of monetary policy. We would have to be very careful how we implemented anything like that. Combine this with Tyson Farage's $40 billion tax cut could be quite the inflationary cocktail. This impact could be mitigated if the bank were to tier reserves, that is, only pay out interest on reserves which exceed a regulatory minimum. But this would also raise less money, and to repeat is not Tice's preferred option. For what it's worth, Bailey has never been keen on the idea, describing it as a tax on the banking system. It is also worth noting that consumers would likely have to bear the cost at some point down the line. Leaving aside the technicalities, there's a big question marks about how much the policy could raise. The short answer is that we don't know, because it depends on the future path of interest rates. As interest rates fall, the measures will be less lucrative. Tice said the policy would raise $35 billion over the next years, a figure which leading tax lawyer Dan Nidal described as magic. Different tiering systems would raise vastly different sums. For instance, Deutsche Numis suggested that moving to the ECB's tier system would raise £1 billion per year. Discussing his own proposals, Gordon Brown suggested the measures could raise a minimum of $1.3 billion annually, potentially more. Either way, it seems unlikely to fully fund Reform's Great British tax cut, not that they'll be bothered. Don't be surprised though if sooner or later one of the major parties makes a move on bank deposits. Yeah, so that article basically summed up my thoughts. So that interest on deposits is kind of how monetary policy is done. So you're taking away monetary policy. And I do think that, yeah, it's is causing banks to hold on to money, right? And then potentially removing it is quite inflationary. I'm not sure I like that idea. I don't think they've thought it through. So anyway, sorry. So kickstart economic growth. Like, this isn't a real... So when I'm speaking to my students sometimes, right, I'm like, if you write something, a proposal, an argument, you know, an opinion, try to make it something that, like, people could reasonably disagree with. And it's like, oh, we want the highest growth in the G7. It's like, yeah, of course. I don't think that's a real... If you're saying you're a mission-oriented government, what's the mission there? That's not a mission, it's an outcome. Make Britain a clean energy superpower. To cut bills, create jobs and deliver security with cheap and net zero carbon electricity by 2030, accelerating to net zero. Now that is a mission, right? Okay. Take back our streets. By halving serious violent crime and raising confidence in the police and criminal justice system to its highest levels. Okay, so again, we're back to that's not a mission. That's like a really good outcome. Imagine if everybody loved the police and criminal justice system, it worked for everybody, and crime was halved or even eliminated entirely. That's not a mission. Break down barriers to opportunity by reforming our childcare and education systems to make sure there is no class ceiling on the ambitions of young people in Britain. Good luck with that one. Okay, so I support it, but it's just like you're going to abolish class. We've had enough. You know, since William the Conqueror, for 1,000 fucking years, there's been too much class in this country, and Labour are going to take care of it. All right. Building on NHS fit for the future. That is there when people need it, with fewer lives lost to the biggest killers, in a fairer Britain where everyone lives well for longer. Okay, again, that's closer to an actual mission, right? Mazzucato says that the goal should be getting Britain building again, and the growth shouldn't be a mission but should result from missions. Agree. Building... Our country cannot build anything physical or, you know, social. Simply turn class. Yeah, if I were the Prime Minister of the UK, I would simply deactivate the class extension. William the Conqueror was a mistake. It's funny to think that capitalism might not have happened if it weren't for William the Conqueror, isn't it? But that's maybe for another time. Delivering the change Britain needs will require perseverance. The starting point for delivering these missions is to ensure the foundations of good government are right. Labour will make sure we have strong national security, secure borders and economic stability. Building on these secure foundations, we have already set out the first steps for change. Today we present further policies in this manifesto as part of the journey of rebuilding our country. It's like this, I mean, it's more, there's more padding in this than the Conservative one, actually, I have to say. Because the Conservative one started with Rishi Sunak's statement, which is like shit, obviously, but like, then it kind of just got into the policies, and it was actually fairly substantive, even if it was completely misleading and wrong. Whereas now I'm like, I keep getting inspired, you know, I'm so inspired, but I don't actually know what's gonna happen. Strong foundations. Kickstart. So it's weird that the national security thing isn't a mission, or it is, but it wasn't on the 5. Okay, whatever. No policy commitment in pursuit of Labour's mission matters unless we uphold the first duty of any government, to keep the country safe. Peace and security are hard-earned. They require constant vigilance. Over the last 14 years, geopolitical tensions have risen, while the Conservatives have hollowed out our armed forces. Now, Putin is attempting to break European security with his full-scale invasion of Ukraine. Labour will meet this challenge by strengthening our armed forces and protecting our national security. Our commitment to the UK's nuclear deterrent is absolute. It is a vital safeguard for the UK and our NATO allies. As the party that founded NATO, we maintain our unshakable commitment to the alliance, and we will apply a NATO test to major defence programmes to ensure we meet our obligations in full. In recent years, threats to our safety and security have multiplied and diversified. Alongside greater conventional threats, we are faced with the growing emergence of hybrid warfare, including cyber attacks and misinformation campaigns which seek to subvert our democracy. To ensure the UK is fully prepared to deal with these interconnected threats, Labour will conduct a strategic defence review within our first year in government and will set out the path to spending 2.5% of GDP on defence. From the Skripal poisonings to assassination plots by the Iranian Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, threats from hostile states or state-sponsored groups are on the rise, but Britain lacks a comprehensive framework to protect us. Labour will take the approach used for dealing with non-state terrorism and adapt it to dealing with state-based domestic security threats. Terrorism remains a significant threat. Labour will bring in Martin's Law to strengthen the security of public events and venues. We will update the rules around counter-extremism, including online, to stop people being radicalised and drawn towards hateful ideologies. Labour will also ensure the police and intelligence services have the powers and resources they need to protect the British people from terrorism and hostile espionage. There he is again. I think he genuinely thinks he's really inspiring. He's not a bad writer, but like, who looks at that and they're like, God, you know, I will follow that guy till the ends of the earth. He looks like your dad's accountant. Secure borders. Britain is a tolerant and compassionate country. We have a proud tradition of welcoming people fleeing persecution and abuse. Schemes like Homes for Ukraine, Hong Kong humanitarian visas, and the Syrian resettlement program have provided important routes for refugees seeking sanctuary. You know, I mean, my mum used Homes for Ukraine. She has a Ukrainian refugee in her house. I do think it's a good program. I do feel like there's an obvious racial slant to these. I feel like Ukrainians were, at least for a while, more accepted than Syrians. But, you know, taken by themselves, they are good programs. But the system needs to be controlled and managed, and we need strong borders. Oh, for God's sake, why do you have to... I was trying to... whatever. The small boats crisis, fueled by dangerous criminal smuggler gangs, is undermining our security and... costing lives. What is somebody going to provide evidence for this? Is this written by Starmer? No, I don't think so. The opening statement was, but I don't think all of it is. He's a generic soapy writer, terrible, just vacuous. Yeah, you're right. But it's just compared to the Conservative Manifesto, which was like error-ridden and like just really not like full of non sequiturs. I don't think I don't know if this is written by. Maybe it is written by Keir Starmer. Rather than a serious plan to confront this crisis, the Conservatives have offered nothing but desperate gimmicks. Their flagship policy to fly a tiny number of asylum seekers to Rwanda has already cost hundreds of millions of pounds. Even if it got off the ground, this scheme could only address fewer than 1% of the asylum seekers arriving. It cannot work. Chaos in the Channel has been matched by chaos at home. The Conservatives' unworkable laws have created a perma-backlog of tens of thousands of asylum seekers who are indefinitely staying in hotels, costing the taxpayer millions of pounds every week. I mean, it is true that the Conservatives, taking their aims as a given, they have failed to achieve their aims, right? And they're both incompetent and malicious. Labour are going to be more efficient in their maliciousness. Labour will stop the chaos and go after the criminal gangs who trade in driving this crisis. We'll create a new border security command with hundreds of new investigators, intelligence officers, and cross-border police officers. This will be funded by ending the wasteful migration and economic development partnership with Rwanda. I like how it's just wasteful rather than like horrible. The new command will work internationally and can be supported by new counter-terrorism style powers to pursue disrupt and arrest those responsible for the vile trade. We will seek a new security agreement with the EU to ensure access to real-time intelligence and enable our policing teams to lead joint investigations with their European counterparts. Labour will turn the page and restore order to the asylum system so that it operates swiftly, firmly and fairly, and the rules are properly enforced. We will hire additional caseworkers to clear the Conservatives' backlog and end asylum hotels, saving the taxpayer billions of pounds. Labour will set up a new returns and enforcement unit with an additional 1,000 staff to fast-track removals to safe countries for people who do not have a right to stay here. We will negotiate additional returns arrangements to speed up returns and increase the number of safe countries that failed asylum seekers can swiftly be sent back to. And we will also act upstream, working with international partners to address the humanitarian crises which lead people to flee their homes and to strengthen support for refugees in their home region. Well, it's a good thing that Labour are going to end the war in Ukraine and in Syria. You could chuck in Myanmar and the Congo as well. Any food insecurity in the Middle East and North Africa, as well as sub-Saharan Africa. Poverty in Latin America. You know, it's good. It's good that Labour are going to use their diplomacy to tackle those. It's literally so paranoid and like I just hate it. There's not even any evidence about these criminal boat gangs. It's just assumed. Why don't they just declare world peace? Exactly. That could be another one of their missions, their targets, world peace. We're going to have the most world peace. That sounded a bit Trump-esque, didn't it? Every commitment a Labour government makes will be based on sound money and economic stability. This is a non-negotiable principle for our changed Labour Party. Siren voices may claim that there are no limits on what government can spend, or that tax cuts pay for themselves. I love the way they've bracketed MMTers and the Laffer curve together. It's interesting because there is a congruence between them, and I think wasn't Laffer. I don't know if you're there, Connor, but wasn't Laffer, didn't he mentor Mosler or something? I might be making that up. Triangulation. We reject this flawed ideology that was tested to destruction by the disastrous Conservative mini-budget. The British people are still paying the price of those unfunded commitments through higher mortgage costs, and taxpayers continue to foot the bill through higher interest payments, meaning less money for investment and public services. It's true. The impact was not confined to these shores. The Conservatives' recklessness sent out a signal of instability across the world that damaged our standing, making Britain a less attractive place for businesses to invest. The only difference between Labour and Tory rules is that Labour want a current surplus and Tories want a primary surplus. Oh, okay. I mean, that is kind of... Yeah, that is kind of interesting. Labour will turn the page on this economic count. I mean, for the record, I do agree that if you're going to increase the deficit, generally speaking, tax cuts are like the worst way to do that, right? Because I don't think that they have as much of a boosting effect on the economy or even on people's finances as the Conservatives like to think. I think spending money in a directed way on the things that people need is much more likely to have positive knock-on effects. Not least because a lot of tax cuts just get saved, right? But it's also the type of economy you want to build. What gets spent privately versus what gets spent publicly. Obviously Liz Truss's approach was disastrous. The current budget moves into balance so that day-to-day costs are met by revenues. Debt must be falling as a share of the economy by the 5th year of the forecast. Okay. These rules allow for prudent investment in our economy. This represents a clear break from the Conservatives who have created an incentive to cut investment, a short-term approach that ignores the importance of growing the economy. Okay. I mean, this is more sensible. So I was talking earlier about primary. So current expenditure excludes like capital expenditure. So high speed 2 rail infrastructure is like the canonical example of it, of capital expenditure. So the Conservatives want to cut all of that, right? Or include all of that in their balanced budget arithmetic. Whereas Labour are saying, no, that's investment, which is sensible. Unlike the Conservatives, Labour will never sideline the Office for Budget Responsibility for political convenience. Instead, we will strengthen the role of the OBR. Every fiscal event making significant changes to taxation or spending will be subject to an independent OBR forecast. Labour will safeguard taxpayers' money. We will end the link between access to ministers and an inside track for public contracts. We will appoint a fixed-term COVID corruption commissioner. Hey, try saying that 5 times fast. And use every means possible to recoup public money lost in pandemic-related fraud and from contracts which have not delivered. Yes, come on. And we will not tolerate fraud or waste anywhere, whether in social security or the excessive use of consultants. This consultants thing. Alongside strong national finances, Britain needs resilient family finances too. The Conservatives have left families struggling with the cost of living. Labour will take action to support families by tackling the underlying causes of the crisis. We will bring down the cost of energy. We will reduce food prices by removing barriers to businesses trading. We will make housing more affordable, expand access to childcare, and make work pay. We will support families with children by introducing free breakfast clubs in every primary school. Labour will also keep mortgage rates as low as possible with strong independent Bank of England, which will continue to target stable inflation of 2%. The Conservatives have raised the tax burden to a 70-year high. Hey, there it is. We will ensure taxes on working people are kept as low as possible. Labour will not increase taxes on working people, which is why we will not increase national insurance, the basic, higher or additional rates of income tax or VAT. On working people, the additional rate, isn't that the highest one? Let me just double check their names. But that's the highest one, right? Basic, higher or additional rate. You should be increasing both the higher and additional rates. That should be like 60% to start with, and this should be like 50%. Over time as well, you'd phase it in, right? 1%. Just increase them by 1% every year. Obviously, it's not a vote winner, that. I do accept that, but Labour will address unfairness in the tax system. We will abolish non-dom status once and for all, replacing it with a modern scheme for people genuinely in the country for a short period. I mean, that is good. We will end the use of offshore trusts to avoid inheritance tax so that everyone who makes their home here in the UK pays their taxes here. Private equity is the only industry where performance-related pay is treated as capital gains. Labour will close this loophole. We will modernise HMRC and change the law to tackle tax avoidance. We will increase registration and reporting requirements, strengthen HMRC's powers, invest in new technology, and build capacity within HMRC. This, combined with a renewed focus on tax avoidance by large businesses and the wealthy, will begin to close the tax gap and ensure everyone pays their fair share. My work coach is called Connor. He sanctioned me off all food. I'm very sorry to hear that. I mean, yeah, that stuff is just... It's gone too far already. Making work pay and stuff. The only way you make work pay is by increasing wages, right? If benefits were actually higher than like the average salary for like the majority of people, then I would probably be okay with cutting them, but they've never been like that. You can find like newspaper headlines with like, you know, mum on £100,000 a year, and like it might be true from some weird quirk of the system, but it's usually tackled pretty quickly after after it's highlighted, and it's really rare. And you know, who knows, they might need that much. If you've got loads of kids, you're a single mum, you live in an expensive area. And also, you know how to eliminate those kind of weird quirks of the welfare system. You make it universal. Universal benefits, simpler. They need to do more with capital gains taxes. Yeah, you answered my question. Thanks, Connor. No, they weren't. They were. I don't think they're that close. It's just I remember the link between them, but maybe it's just that they met. Make work pay always seems to mean make unemployment hurt more. Yeah, exactly. Unemployment, but not just unemployment. Well, broadly defined, right? But not just unemployment among people looking for work. Like also just like with disabled people, older people, people with mental health problems. How Labour will kickstart economic growth. Deliver economic stability with tough spending rules. Now, that is again in question. It's not clear to me that tough spending rules deliver economic stability, except in the tautological sense if you define it as a balanced budget. A new partnership with business to boost growth everywhere. Everywhere. A national wealth fund to invest in jobs. Hey, that sounds good. Planning reform to build 1.5 million new homes. I'm also backing that. Our planning system is like the fucking worst in the rich world. Devolution of power across England. A new deal for working people. A new deal? I mean, that phrasing must be deliberate, right? But that's the first time they've mentioned a new deal. Sustained economic growth is the only route to improving the prosperity of our country and the living standards of working people. That is why it is Labour's first mission for government. It means being pro-business and pro-worker. We are the party of wealth creation. This election follows the chaos of the Conservatives' mini-budget and an unprecedented fall in living standards. Their miserable economic record over the past 15 years has seen productivity and wages flatlining, leaving British families significantly poorer than those in France or Germany. This decline is rooted in two failures. First, an inability to accept that a strong economy can only be built on the contribution of every community and every person, the many, not the few. I like the way he says he's changed the Labour Party, but he's like copying and pasting Corbyn's slogans. If I remember correctly, the IFS said that Labour would have to do £18 billion in cuts if they follow the manifesto plans. Yeah, I mean, the IFS are good for stuff like that, right? They're probably right. There's something like that. The New Deal is a document agreed with the unions who tried to ditch it but was forced to keep it after they threatened to cut funding. Good. A second to a failure that sustainable growth requires government to be a strategic partner with business, that markets must be shaped, not merely served. These twin failures have led to greater economic insecurity in the financial resilience of households, but also in our national economy, at the very time when our world has become less stable and secure. The Conservatives have failed to grasp the implications of a new era of rising global competition and tension, instead leaving our economy on an increasingly shallow and insecure footing. It is time to turn the page. Labour will restore stability, increase investment and reform our economy. We will embrace a new approach to economic management, securonomics. We don't need to do it. We don't need more. We don't need more portmanteaus with onomics on the end. There was freakonomics and that failed, and now we can all move on. Securonomics. I'm going to introduce my new approach to economic management called Goodonomics. That understands sustainable growth relies on a broad base and resilient foundations. Our approach will depend on a dynamic and strategic state. This does not mean ever-growing government, but it does mean a more active, smarter government that works in partnership with business, trade unions, local leaders and devolved governments. Labour will stop the chaos and support business through a stable policy environment, strengthening our economic institutions and giving investors the certainty they need to fuel growth. Labour will seek involvement from industry, trade unions and civil society in our plans for growth, so they can contribute to building a stronger economy in all parts of the country. We will strategically use public investment where it can unlock additional private sector investment, create jobs and provide a return for taxpayers. While stability and greater investment will support growth, parts of our economy require substantial reform if we are to create the wealth our country needs. Britain is hampered by a planning regime that means we struggle to build either the infrastructure or housing the country needs. The country remains too centralised, with the economic potential of too many regions and communities ignored. Our labour market fails to provide secure jobs and, as a result, for far too many people, work does not pay. The innovation, dynamism and sheer hard work of British businesses and workers has never been in question. The next Labour government will partner with them to kickstart economic growth.
Keynesian again.
Make Britain Keynesian again. It is. It's Keynesianism with social conservatism. Smarter government is literally how the coalition described itself in 2010. You do get the sense that there's going to be these kind of empty initiatives created, quite low cost but still wasteful, kind of the Strategic Growth Alliance or something like that. Labour's plan for the economy is good news for my customers and colleagues in high streets across the country. Labour will bring stability, good jobs and higher living standards. As a business leader, I am sick and tired of chaos under the Conservatives. I am absolutely convinced that Keir Starmer is the leader to deliver the change this country needs. Labour will end division, strengthen our communities and protect the environment. That's why I'll be voting Labour, and I urge you to do the same. Richard Walker, OBE, Executive Chairman of Iceland. So, let me tell you a little bit about how these things work, right? So, as George Carlin famously said, it's a big club and you ain't in it. I think it was George Carlin. What really happens here is not that some business leader comes out and says, I really love Keir Starmer, assuming that's good for a second. It's that they probably know each other, and Keir's phoned him up and been like, oh, can you give me a quote for my manifesto, and then it gets put like this, Richard Walker OBE. I know that because that's how academics endorse each other's books, and they all know each other, so these kinds of quotes are just almost meaningless. Wait 1 second, sorry, my door's going. All right, we're here. The Green Manifesto, I might try and read it tomorrow. Labour will introduce a new industrial strategy. Our approach will be mission-driven and focused on the future. We will work in partnership with industry to seize opportunities and remove barriers to growth. Critically, we will end short-term economic policy making with the establishment of an industrial strategy council on a statutory footing to provide expert advice. We will ensure representation on the council from all nations and regions, businesses and trade unions to drive economic growth in all parts of the country. I bet Matt Sakato will be on that. Labour will take a sectoral approach and be clear-eyed about where the UK enjoys advantages over other countries. Our approach will back what makes Britain great. Our excellent research institutions, professional services, advanced manufacturing and creative industries. We will ensure a pro-business environment with a competition and regulatory framework that supports innovation, investment, and high-quality jobs. Procurement and trade policy will also be aligned with our industrial strategy priorities. Financial services are one of Britain's greatest success stories. It's so weird. Why do they all say this, right? Like, now let's be clear, right? Finance is a big sector. It's a complicated sector. It's clearly the financial sector is like necessary. You know, the birth of double entry bookkeeping and credit is like part of the birth of commerce and capitalism, right? But the UK financial sector is like so overinflated. It's an engine of like inequality. It's been an engine of speculation and crashes. It's been an engine of inflating the home sector, right? Why do all of them say this uncritically, especially since they all of these manifestos mention the financial crisis? Labour will create the conditions to support innovation and growth in the sector through supporting new technology, including open banking and open finance, and ensuring a pro-regulatory framework. What does it mean by open banking? Financial data to be shared between banks and third-party service providers through the use of application programming interfaces. Traditionally, banks have kept customer financial data within their own closed systems. Open banking allows customers to share their financial information securely and electronically with other banks or other authorized financial organizations, such as payment providers, lenders, and insurance companies. Proponents argue open banking provides greater transparency and data control for account holders and could allow for new financial services to be provided. Proponents also say that it aims to promote competition, innovation, and customer empowerment in the banking and financial sectors. Opponents argue that open banking can lead to greater security risk and exploitation of consumers. The first open banking regulations were introduced by the European Union in 2015, and many other countries have introduced financial regulations related to open banking since. It comes with security risk. Look, so, I mean, it's just like the European Union are doing it. But it's just like, how is that? I don't think this is going to be like bear the weight that you want it to bear. It's like some random technological fix, right? That's like, I don't know. It's probably going to be marginal, and it has like pros and cons, and like what, like this is the specific thing you mention in your industrial policy. Our other great British industries need certainty over the policies that will apply to them. In opposition, Labour has worked with the automotive, life sciences and creative sectors on the approach we will take to policy. In government, we will set out plans for these and other vital sectors of the economy. Here he is, Google. He's got a hard hat with Google on it. He's pulling a pint, speaking to a woman. Oh, there's two women. Great. It's all great. He's so inspiring. And he's with a robot dog as well. I bet, I'm sure at the end of a long day, he can, have a bit of fun with his robot dog and crack a joke. Biden's industrial policy is light years ahead. Well, the thing about Biden's industrial policy is that it has the benefit of like existing. You know what I mean? Like, when one thing exists and another thing doesn't. So it's deregulation. I mean, it does feel a little bit deregulation. Okay. So we're on boosting investment. So this is starting to feel deregulation, isn't it? Business has for too long been hampered by a government that does not work with it. As a result, investment in the UK is too low. To address this long-standing problem, Labour will use every available lever. Public investment, where it supports and de-risks additional private investment, is one important tool being used successfully across the world. It can create good jobs across the country and would mean British taxpayers can reap the benefits of economic growth. To realise these opportunities, Labour will establish a national wealth fund. Okay. Capitalised with 7.3 billion over the course of the next Parliament, the National Wealth Fund will have a remit to support Labour's growth and clean energy missions, making transformative investments across every part of the country. The fund will have a target of attracting £3 of private investment for every £1 of public investment, creating jobs across the country. We plan to allocate 1.6 billion to upgrade ports and build supply chains across the UK. Okay. Uh-oh.
As far as I can tell, there are two economies, the financial and the substantial. The financial sector doesn't make anything substantial and therefore doesn't contribute to the amount of stuff available?
I mean, that's partly true, but I'd be wary of a conclusion where, like, only stuff is, like, important in the economy, right? A good financial sector is, like, the underpinning, right? It's like the fertile soil of a good economy. But I mean, that's a far cry from saying that the current UK financial sector is a net positive or, yeah. Thank you for the donation, by the way. 1.5 billion to new gigafactories so our automotive industry leads the world. 2.5 billion to rebuild our steel industry. 1 billion to accelerate the deployment of carbon capture. 500 million to support the manufacturing of green hydrogen. Okay. Labour will also act to increase investment from pension funds in UK markets. We will adopt reforms to ensure that workplace pension schemes take advantage of consolidation and scale, to deliver better returns for UK savers and greater productive investment for UK PLC. We will also undertake a review of the pensions landscape to consider what further steps are needed to improve pension outcomes and increase investment in UK markets. A business tax regime matters for investors. So, yeah, I was going to say this. I mean, I want to give them a chance, but the word de-risking sets off alarm bells, right? Because basically what you're doing is you're not spending public sector money on projects and missions. What you're doing is you're actually allowing the private sector to de-risk its own investments, and therefore the taxpayer, right, public sector, is providing the underpinning and footing the bill should things go wrong, right, whereas the private sector gets all of the upside. So that kind of sets off alarm bells. So I'm seeing that this industrial policy is less of the kind of Biden stuff, which is, you know, the private and public sector working in, well, I don't know, but I mean, even Biden's is a bit like that, to be honest with you. But it's I think I'm getting the feeling it's more deregulation, less direct money spent, and more de-risking the public sector. And it's not really industrial policy, to be honest. The business tax regime matters for investors. It is not just the rates of tax that matter, but also certainty. Under the Conservatives, there has been constant chopping and changing. Corporation tax has changed 26 times, and multiple fiscal events have made drastic changes, often at little notice. Labour will stop the chaos and turn the page with a strategic approach that gives certainty and allows long-term planning. We are committed to one major fiscal event a year, giving families and businesses due warning of tax and spending policies. We will publish a roadmap for business taxation for the next Parliament, which will allow businesses to plan investments with confidence. Labour will cap corporation tax at the current level of 25%, the lowest in the G7 for the entire Parliament. We will act if tax changes in other countries pose a risk to UK competitiveness. We will retain a permanent full expensing system for tech capital investment and the annual investment allowance for small businesses, and we will give firms greater clarity on what qualifies for allowances to improve business investment decisions. They keep talking about chaos, don't we? The current business rate system disincentivizes investment, creates uncertainty, and places an undue burden on our high streets. In England, Labour will replace the business rate system so we can raise the same revenue but in a fairer way. This new system will level the playing field between the high street and online giants, better incentivize investment, tackle empty properties, and support entrepreneurship. I mean, this new system, again, it's just fluff. It's actually, I have to say, that Labour's manifesto is actually fluffier than the Tories' one. So, pick your poison. Do you want sort of feel-good fluff, or do you want just actively misleading data? That is the choice that presents itself to us in the next election. Britain is grinding to a halt. Rail cancellations are at record levels. Energy prices have risen faster here than any other country in Western Europe, and not a single reservoir has been built in the last 30 years. This is not an accident. Conservative chaos has seen major projects abandoned, decades-long delayed, cost overruns, uncertainty for supply chains, and our infrastructure crumbling. You know what? Conservative chaos, right? In 2010... I'm still slightly haunted by how many times the Conservatives repeated deficit denial. And I actually think, Labour are going to win, right? But Conservative chaos is actually quite a good soundbite. It's alliteration. It's completely accurate. It's memorable. So, yeah, it's galling for any normal person to read this because it's a political manifesto. So it's full of that kind of message discipline, but I don't hate it as a slogan. Labour will end this chaos by Alright, that one was superfluous. Chaos. Control F chaos. Wait, let's see how many. I don't know if the whole 8. Stop the chaos. I think that's only in the Conservative chaos and the chaos. This is only in the economic growth part, right? Or is it in the whole thing? Aligned with our industrial strategy and regional development priorities, including improving rail connectivity across the north of Europe, the strategy will guide investment plans and give the private sector certainty about the project pipeline. We will work closely with business to map and address the delivery challenges we face. We will create a new national infrastructure and service transformation authority, bringing together existing bodies to set strategic infrastructure priorities and oversee the design, scope, and delivery of projects. The current planning regime acts as a major brake on economic growth. Labour will make the changes we need to forge ahead with new roads, railways, reservoirs and other nationally significant infrastructure. We will set out new national policy statements, make major projects faster and cheaper by slashing red tape, and build support for development by ensuring communities directly benefit. We will also update national planning policy to ensure the planning system meets the needs of the modern economy, making it easier to build laboratories, digital infrastructure and gigafactories. Labour will ensure economic regulation supports growth and investment, promotes competition, works for consumers, and enables innovation. In an ever more connected world, Britain's communication network is also vital. Under the Conservatives, investment in 5G is falling behind other countries, and the rollout of gigabit broadband has been slow. Labour will make a renewed push to fulfil the ambition of full gigabit and national 5G coverage by 2030. Again, note that the Conservative manifesto used 5G and broadband as like a selling point, and they were like, we've expanded it so far, and then Labour are like, no, well, compared to Europe, it's not that good. Royal Mail remains a key part of the UK's infrastructure. Labour will ensure that any proposed takeover is robustly scrutinised and that appropriate guarantees are forthcoming that protect the interests of the workforce, customers and the United Kingdom, including the need to maintain a comprehensive universal service obligation. Labour will also explore new business and governance models for Royal Mail so that workers and customers who rely on Royal Mail services can have a stronger voice in the governance and strategic direction of the company. Okay. Are they saying they're going to turn it into a co-op? They're going to turn Royal Mail into a co-op? I doubt it. It's probably going to be some bullshit like corporate consultation stuff. Is this all, Well, this is all the economy. Pretty long. The problem is they're not saying that much in this. I mean, they're saying some things a little bit. Three cheers for technocratic kleptocrats. The gigafactories. The gigafactories are just... Oh, God. Planning is one thing, but it's not what holds back investment. Fiscal rules need to be challenged. Planning is being used as an excuse. Yeah, I agree. It's like... I don't think the chronic underinvestment in the UK is just caused by planning, right? It's obviously much bigger than that. Fiscal policy, Brexit, the fact that we're generally an empire in decline. Rebuilding Britain means modernising our transport infrastructure. Our road network is plagued by long-promised projects that are never delivered. The potholes cratering our roads are a visible sign of the decline under 14 years of Conservative rule. I'm surprised they didn't put chaos in that paragraph. Cars remain by far the most popular form of transport. Labour will maintain and renew our road network to ensure it serves drivers, cyclists and other road users, remains safe and tackles congestion. We will fix an additional 1 million potholes across England in each year of the next Parliament, funded by deferring the A27 bypass, which is poor value for money. Hey, that's near where I live. Labour will further support drivers by tackling the soaring cost of car insurance. And they set out no car love. In our automotive plan, Labour will support the transition to electric vehicles by accelerating the rollout of charge points, giving certainty to manufacturers by restoring the phase-out date of 2030 for new cars with internal combustion engines. So this is 2030 that Rishi Sunak abandoned. And supporting buyers of second-hand electric cars by standardising the information supplied on the condition of batteries. Labour will overhaul Britain's railways. 14 years of Conservative neglect have failed passengers, businesses and taxpayers. We will put passengers at the heart of the service by reforming the railways and bringing them into public ownership. We will do this as contracts with existing operators expire or are broken through a failure to deliver without costing taxpayers a penny in compensation. Great British Railways will deliver a unified system that focuses on reliable, affordable, high quality and efficient services, along with ensuring safety and accessibility. It will be responsible for investment, day-to-day operational delivery and innovations and improvements for passengers working with publicly owned rail operators in Wales and Scotland. Mayors will have a role in designing the services in their areas. There will be a duty to promote and grow the use of rail freight. Open access operators are an important part of the rail system and will have an ongoing role. Labour will also create a tough new passenger watchdog focused on driving up standards. What does that mean? Passenger watchdog? Oh, for passengers. I was thinking it was like something to watch passengers. There's no transportation problem when the solution isn't trains. Well, I disagree with that because I do think that there are transportation problems where the solution is buses. Where you can't necessarily get railways to everywhere. Local communities have lost control over their bus routes. Fares have increased, routes have disappeared and services are unreliable. Building on the work of Labour mayors, we will reform the broken system through new powers for local leaders to franchise local bus services, and we will lift the ban on municipal ownership. There's a ban on municipal ownership. Since 2017, local councils have been banned from setting up their own municipal bus companies. What the fuck? Oh, God. We live in the stupidest timeline. Under the Conservatives, transport... So I'm learning a lot about my country and why it's so shit. It's funny because... I don't know. I mean, there's always more to learn, isn't there? But like, I would have considered myself relatively knowledgeable about like what's happened over the Conservative government. Like, I've looked into it a lot. You know what I mean? I didn't realise that they'd banned fucking local governments from having bus routes in 2017. Under the Conservatives, transport services have remained fragmented and inefficient, with companies and sectors failing to speak to and plan with each other. Labour will give mayors the power to create unified and integrated transport systems, allowing for more seamless journeys and to promote active travel networks. Labour will also develop a long-term strategy for transport, ensuring transport infrastructure can be delivered efficiently and on time. Labour will secure the aviation industry's long-term future, including through promoting sustainable aviation fuels and encouraging airspace modernisation. Yeah, Andy Burnham did that in Manchester. He did the buses and the trams are now unified, right? And they've got bees on them, the Manchester bee. So that's all transport systems should have nice pictures on all of the vehicles. That would be in my manifesto. Delivering growth and raising productivity depends on fresh thinking and new ideas. Britain has many cutting-edge businesses, but innovation needs to be converted into commercial success in every corner of our country. Labour will make Britain the best place to start and grow a business. We will ensure our industrial strategy supports the development of the artificial intelligence sector. Has everyone got their bingo cards? AI. I like how these manifestos were written like a little while ago, and even now the sheen of AI has like worn off a bit. Removes planning barriers to new data sets. I mean, this is just the same thing, right? It's like, okay, planning reform is good, but I think the thing that planning reform is going to help with the most is housing and the transport sector. To then invoke it as something that's going to specifically help AI seems like a bit of a reach. We will create a national data library to bring together existing research programs and to help deliver data-driven public services, while maintaining strong safeguards and ensuring all of the public benefit. We're going to have all of the good of AI and none of the bad, everybody. Again, this is, people, I want more good things. Okay? And people say there might be drawbacks to AI. And to that I say we will not have those drawbacks in our version of AI. We're gonna commit to just the good stuff. Just the good AI. Reality is a parody and you can't convince me otherwise, yeah. Do you think they use ChatGPT? Yeah, it is a bit like, unironically, like, did an AI write this? I don't think politicians have noticed that AI is no longer cool. Yeah, they probably run their text through it. Yeah. Man, I would not run my text through AI. Labour will scrap short funding cycles for key R&D institutions in favour of 10-year budgets that allow meaningful partnerships with industry to keep the UK at the forefront of global innovation. We'll work with universities to support spin-outs and work with industry to ensure startups have access to the finance they need to grow. We will also simplify the procurement process to support innovation and reduce micromanagement with a mission-driven approach. Regulators are currently ill-equipped to deal with the dramatic development of new technologies which often cut across traditional industries and sectors. Labour will create a new regulatory innovation office, bringing together existing functions across government. This office will help regulators update regulation, speed up approval timelines, and coordinate issues that span existing boundaries. Labour will ensure the safe development and use of AI models by introducing binding regulation on the handful of companies developing the most powerful AI models, and by banning the creation of sexually explicit deepfakes. I mean, that is such an ad hoc approach, and just like only a handful of companies. Like, who? What if there's a new company that does it? Like, they need to think about that more. That's so ad hoc. I mean, yeah, banning the creation of sexually explicit deepfakes. I can get behind that. Labour will support diverse business models which bring innovation and new products to the market. This includes the cooperative sector, and we will aim to double the size of the UK's cooperative and mutual sector. We will work with the sector to address the barriers they face, such as accessing finance. Okay. I mean, I want more on how exactly. But financing is a real barrier for co-ops, so Labour's plan for economic growth has been developed for all UK businesses, but small firms, entrepreneurs and the self-employed face unique challenges. That is why, in partnership, Labour has developed a plan for small businesses, the lifeblood of communities and high streets across the country. We will take action on late payments to ensure small businesses and the self-employed are paid on time. We will improve guidance and remove barriers to exporting for small businesses. Reform of the British Business Bank, including a stronger mandate to support growth in the regions and nations, will make it easier for small and medium-sized enterprises to access capital. We will also reform procurement rules to give them greater access to government contracts. The post office is an essential service in communities across the country. Labour will look for ways to strengthen the post office network in consultation with sub-postmasters, trade unions and customers, and support the development of new products, service and business models such as banking hubs that will help reinvigorate this high street. When you say banking hub, you do your banking face-to-face, whoever you're with. Located in communities across the UK that are owned by Cash Access UK and operated by Post Office in partnership with 9 major high street banks. So this manifesto is just full of like ideas which drop out of the sky, and just like banking hubs. It's like, I don't know, are those a good thing? Like, does it matter? Take action, provide guidance, reform rules. What do you mean? Please just tell me. Yeah. Could I fake Rachel Reeves telling people economies works like a handbag? Do you mean, I don't understand that sentence fully, sorry. Postal banking. Is this a Corbyn policy? I mean, one of the things about these manifestos when you actually read them is that they're obviously like written by different people in different places, and like some of it might have been like copied kind of from the previous manifesto, right? So they're actually kind of incoherent. The dream of home ownership is now out of reach for too many young people. Oh, preach. The Conservatives have failed to act, even though the housing crisis is well known to be one of the country's biggest barriers to growth. Well, I mean, it's a problem. Whether it's a barrier to economic growth, I don't know. I guess in terms of houses built, but yeah, I don't know. Labour will get Britain building again, creating jobs across England with 1.5 million new homes over the next Parliament. That is quite a lot. We will immediately update the National Policy Planning Framework to undo damaging Conservative changes, including restoring mandatory housing targets. We will take tough action to ensure that planning authorities have up-to-date local plans and reform and strengthen the presumption in favour of sustainable development. Labour, will support local authorities by funding additional planning officers, through increasing the rate of the stamp duty surcharge paid by non-UK residents. We will ensure local communities continue to shape house building in their area, but where necessary, Labour will not be afraid to make full use of intervention powers to build the houses we need. Does that mean building them yourselves? And additional planning officers. I mean, I don't know. Isn't the point just that you, like, abolish the fucking National Town and City Planning Act, or whatever it's called, the old one? Labour will take a brownfield first approach, prioritising the development of previously unused land wherever possible and fast-tracking approval of urban brownfield sites. But brownfield development alone will not be enough to meet our housing need. Labour is committed to preserving the Greenbelt, which has secured England's towns and cities well over many decades. Under the Conservatives, Greenbelt land is regularly released for development, but haphazardly and often for speculative house building. Without changing its purpose or general extent, Labour will take a more strategic approach to Greenbelt land designation and release to build more homes in the right places. The release of lower quality Greybelt land will be prioritised, and we will introduce golden rules to ensure development benefits communities and nature. In partnership with local leaders and communities, a Labour government will build a new generation of new towns, inspired by the proud legacy of the 1945 Labour government. Alongside urban extensions and regeneration projects, these will form part of a series of large-scale new communities across England. Housing need in England cannot be met without planning for growth on a larger than local scale, so we will introduce effective new mechanisms for cross-boundary strategic planning. Labour will require all combined and mayoral authorities to strategically plan for housing growth in their areas. We will give combined authorities new planning powers along with new freedoms and flexibilities to make better use of grant funding. Labour will further reform compulsory purchase compensation rules to improve land assembly, speed up site delivery, and deliver housing infrastructure amenity and transport benefits in the public interest. We will take steps to ensure that for specific types of development schemes, landowners are awarded fair compensation rather than inflated prices based on the prospect of planning permission. Labour will deliver the biggest increase in social and affordable house building in a generation. We will strengthen planning obligations to make sure new developments provide more affordable homes, make changes to the Affordable Homes Programme to ensure that it delivers more homes from existing funding, and support councils and housing associations to build their capacity and make a greater contribution to affordable housing supply. Labour will prioritise the building of new social rented homes and better protect our existing stock by reviewing the increased right to buy discounts introduced in 2012 and increasing protections on newly built social housing. Labour wants exemplary development to be the norm, not the exception. We will take steps to ensure that we are building more high quality, well designed and sustainable homes and creating places that increase climate resilience, of course, and promote nature recovery. We will implement solutions to unlock the building of homes affected by nutrient neutrality without weakening environmental protections. Labour will work with local authorities to give first-time buyers the first chance to buy homes and end the farce of entire developments being sold off to international investors before houses are even built. And we will introduce a permanent comprehensive mortgage guarantee scheme to support first-time buyers who struggle to save for a large deposit with lower mortgage costs. So, in summary, they're saying they're going to build a load of new towns, and I'm not convinced that that's necessarily what the country needs. It's that the towns that already exist have fallen into decline. Plus, they're kind of, although they say they're going to revamp planning law, like there are serious problems with UK planning law, right? Like the fact that it's extremely centralized and decentralized at the same time. So you basically have to go through two processes to build anything, like a kind of centralized government process and a more localized process. And they just don't really fully mention it. I mean, again, it's just it's quite corporate, isn't it? It's just like, we're going to do the good things. And yeah, I can accept that they want to expand housing, and they're probably going to make some reforms, but it just doesn't seem anywhere near concrete enough. And like quality as well. They're like, oh yeah, high quality, well designed and sustainable homes, and creating places that increase climate resilience and promote nature recovery. Again, it's just like all the good things and none of the bad things. That's what we stand for. Tony Blair said that a policy manifesto should be focused. Well, I mean, that is definitely something Blair was right about, right? This is so big. This is the problem, right? So what they've done is they've got this. Bear in mind, this is one. We still haven't finished one of their five pillar mission, right? And the problem is that this one is so poorly defined that they've just blabbered about literally everything. I mean, I should imagine the green thing, the green part, I think, is like still long enough. I wonder, this one's especially long. The Kickstart Economic Growth one is very, very long. Break down barriers to opportunity. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like I've seen enough. It's like, it's fine. Like their aims are good. Obviously, they're much better than Conservatives. But beyond that, like you don't get much from this. And I have to say once more, you know, I don't like saying it. The Conservative manifesto was actually much more concrete. I think Keir Starmer is just very convinced that he should be the next Prime Minister, and that's his main belief. This is why there are so many pictures of him. Just copy-paste Japan's permitting system without the excess earthquake stuff? Yeah, like, I agree, yeah. Japan, let's use a system like Japan's. That would be like a really concrete, sensible thing for them to say. I mean, I don't hate... I think building on the Greenbelt is necessary. I don't think the Greenbelt was a particularly good idea or particularly well executed. I don't think we're in danger of excessive building on the Greenbelt. But yeah, big old Tower of Waffle is literally, it's so long, I've actually lost the will to live. I lost the will to live with the Conservative one because it was so full of factual errors and I literally had to fact check every sentence. Whereas this one, I don't have to fact check anything because there are almost no actual claims in it. So there you go, pick your poison. Right. We'll call it today. I think what I'm going to do tomorrow, rather than continue reading this Tower of Waffle, as you put it, Simon, very nicely, I think I'll probably go for some of the smaller parties ones. So we're going to hit the Lib Dems, we're going to hit the Greens, and we're going to hit the hit Reform as well. See what Reform are saying, other than their weird Bank of England policy that we discussed earlier. But anyway, we've been streaming for 5 hours. You've all had enough UE. See you later. But I will be streaming again tomorrow, to reiterate, on the same topic, just different manifestos. Anyway, have a good day / evening, everyone.